Koe ma, nanday nagaman, chmachi gate, uga makan, sagi chie, kuchiching uga makan, buksandan webe, bejik, webejik, zi, itika unjit, kuchiching, bakuzi, tukni, koe mach, koe wa chmachi gate. So there's been a request before we start our meeting for a healing song for one of the elders at Kuching. He's going in for surgery today. So Terry Skeet has accepted the tobacco to render a healing song. Yeah. Miigwech. Ja, miigwech. Ja. Gegen nou geboek zijn migom. Hindi mo ayok. Saging on Jayad Beverly. Breer. And Bev Cushane, can you make your way up, please?
We thank the water once again today for giving us that life, that life of water that we carry, and for all the life givers. I say miigwech to all the life givers too. That's part of us, women, that we carry that water. They say miigwech to look this day. She gives us that blessing of the water. She takes care of all the waters that are sick right now. We ask in a very humble way to pray for that water. Every time we drink that water, to pray for that water, because there's so many sickness around that water. And we say, thank that water for giving us that life every day, for giving us those tears every day, that the Creator gave us those tears, that's water that we carry. And we thank for those tears that we all have. And it's good to let those tears go as we all need that healing. And that water is healing. Once this water is blessed, it's healing. It's healing to us. It heals us. And we thank the grandmother, the Jesus, we thank her for watching over those waters every day and to watch over us. Because when we first came out of our mothers, that was the first thing that came out was the water. And that water all has a story for us. We carry that story of the water, and we thank that water every day. And we say miigwech, itinako. Kuyam, naman kung libe, miigwech, kinintuin magana. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Can we invite one of the ladies to help pass out the food? Two ladies.
Morning, Chief.
How are you?
Oh, it was funny, yeah. Yeah. Serious parts about it.
Aha. Bonjour. Bonjour. Minade ne magnetak. Oh, you got to be nice and digo. Because you don't know them. Nigga, who's been calling Bonjour, yeah. Away, go away. I'm not getting the man away. Can't see much you got to get go away. You know, we didn't do much, we was looking at much. So this a continuation of our National Assembly from yesterday. We have 4 items to conclude before we move into the Chiefs Assembly. Invitation was sent to Regional Chief Glenn Hare, so I invite him to speak now, please.
Honey. Okay, now. Now, how bonjour, Kenawaya. Nishin, Kenawaya, wa Magnungur, Shinda Zeba. Tamgo Quemi Wetchendam. When there's no Kadege chick. Abakok Masnagan, Sakneget, Nashnabe, Nash Delminen, Sindagi Minding. Nimanda, when just sing as much dying and Sigishuk. Glen getting this Nakas, when goes Nishabe knows in Bumidon, chigging in Donji. Me was getting the kitchen and when you mounted in Nishabe against bad. Nishin, week Magon Kinnam's way. We pop coat house young any man in a key. Me wetchage, kitchita, giwik me jitchinda. Me jarungo bone geni, nit kiamanda, nut keen, jimnama, pump coat house young, women the magishkain. Chinago, book send them the qued mine, gagin Queen of Jebs Zemanda, Saddle Lake. Cree Nation, give them Kogazok, Benojiak, Chinago. Grandma Dage, Nimna Guy Gibigesiok, Gagin go, Kashagabu, remember you boy. Come Cornago Benojiak, Gagin Mishinda. Me just to be gay on 9 gig. Gaget, can I get over down Chinda Nashinda? Nick Kenny Rajup Sabon Bebaya. Mem de ge gi notion de get ningens bike nebe nchidemeng gatun uba mam kotagos we ne sing nebe enj bike benojing mcquen mark quen ma winbe ejebzig aber der Quibnes an Auen Bisch, Wienersching, Gabam da Wiji Jane, Gabam da Wen Weesning, Kinogo McQuendan, Quenmont Nebe. Menash Wonder Benojak, Panebe come going. Migomande and Kazot, and they were done when they were Piagic. Ginon dan Meojageni, Rajaman and Keen. Benojak, Martinas Kona, you can das sort. Wonen. I when a bisconesio. I exhibiting West Silk, Ninchin. Kateok. Me a thought. Me just wanted to wet ma. The Kazotwe. We marching out with them no Chimenanic. We know when they go up Skiajik, Majiok. Kai went and knocked then see now and the Nebe. Wasab in Jabog. When they go up Skiajik, been the name out, Namp Kamek Gujunia, Winden mod. Nashkeo get Kamek Tegoke. We know when the Majiok. We know when the Bibnachstona Nebe Enge buying. Gatin, the Popco Tagos. To we do Kagiat, ich bin beschaut, no enj bike. We jik the more on nimna kegi no him the magis kain. We Junia. Kegi no geo mena kmenes na Junia. So chu geo kinege ugdana. Abdex you Junia je we na kimgak. Nimna na kin me god wat jagade. Gemakeo gain on Ontario, Queen's Park, Toronto, Edgegadek. Kenim's way by Auckwanduck. When I get in, nin more Auckwanduck. When I go Mudbea. Abdek. Anishinaabe the Mudbe, Gagino Mudbeak. Jid make Mandajunia, on the name, make us to the gate, and mem the Geneke. Gainin way, Abdek need Bendana. Or the Wamachitoik. Abdeke Kongja, Anishinaabe, Quayoke. We na kiache. Abdek with the Jibi got them gok sitting anyway. He's been got them gokwe. Kaida we do Kagesime. Kmeshko be minine and ching. Eskam Yogner Gana Scuzime, Gana Kendasme. Migeni Panebo Senma on the Visit Yard of Obskiejek. Keginwe, we Magabu Inche. Kendas ogni binojina, kadab noji binanik. Man the Kendas when we Kendas og dab noji binanik. Geije man the Keginwe and Sigis got Din Ramem to get a cage was Jauning the Kane on computers edge got dick. But in to now we Kendas young. Would the Shigo Gino and by get the Kane. Kaigdazi now. Me just wouldn't against Kazot, pick it out, guy the Kendasime. Panagani Nika them go, Nika Mako and the Madibia. We know to not thought we've never just kind. Mandage we've never matching, skeke and chideming. Gets naga chargot sabon, mandem just kick a bambe dek. Nibna Q not chana. Get sijik. Cookmas nanak, mushroom sananik. Now Yoshi me quick arena. Nimna Popan guy. Mudbook, Mudbook Koshe, Nistrabe, Gayabe. Aptishkusinagat. Gaining a good notion that Aniboya, basic Anishinaabe, gaining him Menadmak, Wak Kidia, Gazetiamba, Pio de Goshnam, Imade, Odin the K. Sheba, Panangi Kinomak with the K. Mijargo Godoski is a comadrat. She Kagisian Kaza, Gordon on the bench. Mio McQueen McKenny, Magaboyan and Goshinda. Batin tona ni kinege uskikke to goke get kamega and kazing. Eshkum suge isaganash. Gay the cousin we Kuskikim na and kazi. Me gay no Rajgun de wet motu. Me the Senjikidiawe. Abdeki no imad being then chitupunen. Mudboard on the go up skiejik. Guy went to within the cage and oxonomican. Nishin out with the mikan. What can I get on? Was a must said. Nimnegego, that what done chinder. The noche can I get as episode. It's not too again, Snabek, but what tin me. Maybe it's not too Kujing and Dajik. I go we go. Nick Quain, after Nano may go Zegna got Cocodon Sonnet up Nagadek. Would again the engine barn, Sidokunungo, Wash Sagunan good and good the Nega de noon. Jewetin and Cocodon head up Nagadegan. Panagani book send them. No trip schools in the Dugna drunk can go Nishkamina. He spent Kinamama Nani Wing, Manda geni eşi bu sen ma ne ki geçip kek ba manda gema awing. Mi manda enjep çinen ma gin ma şuna karşı bir eşi bir gadek. We ask about the wing kina en ching. Mi manda eşi bir gadem gak. Ki no jinde en ching. Nige şike eskine gama gomandem nakkin. Ni abdek tam kaşıç genglen niyek. Manda beşik tek kaşıttun. Kay dansi nawe keda. Mi mabak duk mam nage mam mekos tek. Nango da snip skabi yaşında. Binir nak nige ha. Mi acı iş çıkazet what ben mine. Gamme ona jeneke binir uyum ko gamme ona ona den matnen. Apşong gitçine nang mesko endam. Şaşı gekpi yoing beşik ko. Pogun gendo şaşı ko. Gemme onak. Kinonje. Kuma kwen menem pane. Mi gatin anjinak ya uyam damawe. Mena şuden jinak ya yeni indigo açkın gan ode trano. Gege gam mece harung godeng ode gisa akone kemago. Yashi go Anishinaabe ne kweteng bi apkons en sigijga. Manda ekku bugum skam guk mandam jiskikke. Ich bin nur der Gegenteil. Ja, go nem da bet wat kweteng bi apkons. En sigijga. Apşong imamik to geçirendem. Çiçgetwe. Çike uğudum madbe. Namdap çitopun AFN Assembly of First Nation Ejigadek. Hiç Anishinaabe çıgaming. Yun bot çıgazo çimetek kunye. Kayningi jasi. Wagabe snak tot. Kabe gup çıgazet knuge gu gajebsing. Mi wanda ke shapo dengiket. Gigi gidame nişme ejik şarjgo ko. Bejik gema Antoine kaza Northwest Jaba. Mide şeketat. Nigendan çinde ore ganun ma. Minaş vaje bakşinde bir şatı çime tek kunye. What batan kida. Ginç kemekko bejik gagindan vaje bak. Ginç kades go. Gangim ne dapnesin ganun ma. Pigene bir şatçın da çime tek kunye. We de. Anishinaabe geçik kilip bu yewe. John Jamach dying. Kaje bak. Wipe the slate clean. Pardon ye isn't kade o abe kwedet. Kay na bachar rasi mejenik ke. Ya bik shi gidem no jimin anek nam kamek yao kan chigasdik. We be kwedet dashwe. Kay wekwe. Ya bu kup chigume. He's been we be get we be kwedet we. Kibzin don nimnine. Eskamat segmanda kajebsing. Sta ha. Snagat we debet ma ganon ma. Mishiu kajebzot. Gemak kino buksen men nem kwimanger me gogizes pi Toronto. Kego nimne kego we jigade ode. Beno chia ke jonia nimne jonia je temgat kena wamin ding on chigemak. Buksen men nem dus gemak. Kegino tsageg. We bought tea ni. Kwi bejbige minine. Kwi kwejme go me. We been adopt the men with bezinagan. Much go geshen out the go. Gemargin de enjwat Winnipeg. Gemargin the regional chief Cindy Woodhouse kaza. We bigi gitawe. We bought them SB go bezinagan. Was a send me go with up to make. Basic Anishinaabe kwem mibza. Manda gemakiato da Ontario. Green Party mibza. Crystal Brooks and kaza. Gaten me go mokita gaza ma ben Anishinaabe kwe Jim me dan wasn't tot we me bezat. Optrago snatch big yo mokito jiknen. Knap skabi orange bain. Skabi no the nax kos ganing enj bain. Ja, big yo. Dan wasn't get kinda patot or the weekend gazet. Gay gujap pag jaga den on then. After go me go and then sup. Ni bunta kidage. Namagenda bunta kidage. Gimak. Gibig don't go ginago. Mish geni esh gaboya. Gego bunta ke dikit. Ganani bogo. Ganad mungo. Ich bin gegen die Bussen, man will mir sehen, wie not modo kujamades. Gego buntake. Ich bin buntaing. Mi wanda e upskage top kenage at the mok. Gzagna shintan bang yishemanda kakkidia. And actually makwenmen nem gino meoja gajaik. We can all go ikikum. Makwenmen nem getting panena kazam and Anishinaabe win. Guy we call the Anishinaabe da kitsi, guy injida, guy gastosi in Anishinaabe mia, guy da kitsi mewe, guy nigin ki maji. When they go up ski, niga maji, guy ginwe. Good morning, everyone. I'm so honored to be in front before you that there's not a clock in front of me. I try to do justice to our language, first and foremost. My name's Glenn Hare. Geez, I'm having a harder time doing this in English than Anishinaabe. Gwingos is my Anishinaabe name. Our elder, Gordon Wondements, who was the Anishinaabe Nation elder for many, many years, mentored me on everything in front of us here. The drums, the opening, the berries, the water. I want to say thanks for hearing that this morning, and many, many more. Our elder, and he's the one responsible for what we do today at most of our, if not all, our nations. We do the stand-up election now in front of our people. He's the one responsible for that. We do it at Chiefs of Ontario. He left us many, many legacies for us to carry on. I want to say thanks to Sagin being on their nation, Gichita for inviting me. I see many familiar faces here for the number of years I've been around. I can say for myself, on behalf of all of the number of years, I started in 1985, the yardsticks have moved. I wish we can move them faster, but I can assure you, I've seen it move. Child welfare is a big one. Water is very important. First Nations continue to face the acute unsafe drinking water issues that are particularly important in light of the impacts of COVID-19. I mentioned children with water because over the years, we have to be very careful now because in the far north, water is not good. They tell us to drink, to wash, to eat. But yet these big companies come to our backyards and rape the country, underground and above, the minerals, the forestry, and take everything and leave nothing. So when we talk about water, they're the ones that come and ruin the water. And yet one of the laws or the rules of this country is everyone has to send their kids to school. And when we send our kids to school with dirty clothes because we can't wash because of the bad water, they're not clean, their face, their hands, they're not washed. They're hungry. They were done. I believe that they use this against us in the school system from to where they go. The parents are not taking care of their children, called children aid. That's what they use. I have no use for children aid. They are our kids. We know how to raise kids. We were raised in good ways. We were raised in a small home. Today, them small homes, the Shoggonosh require us to have about at least 5 bedrooms, 2 washrooms, 2 cars, 2 phones. Crazy. So I share that again. Economic development leads into my next topic here. So economic development and prosperity. This is where we need the youth, chiefs, communities, PTOs to not encourage these Shoggonosh, to tell them we need to be part of these big activities in our backyards. There needs to be a percentage in there for First Nation content, for employment. Our kids are smart. We've got children that hold certificates that any Shoggonosh does. Lawyers, you name it, just the list goes on. I remember when I first learned myself what these words meant, the content and all that. I got no education to brag about. I'm not sorry. I got no education whatsoever. I ran away, but look where I am. My teachers are the elders. Those are my teachers. Yeah. If not for them, I wouldn't be able to use my language here. And look where it brought me, where I am today. The first major project I had in my community, we have to have 10, 15% content of Anishinaabe in there. We can't. Well, I said, get out then. There's other people, there's other companies waiting to get this job. I want to see First Nation content, employment, prosperity, and everything else that you enjoy. We want to be part of it. They cannot say no. They cannot say no. Don't let them say no to you. Shut them out if we have to. These are not bullying words, they're just common sense. The road that I walked, I had community support, elder support. I've stood my ground for our communities, our Anishinaabe. There has been a few times where I did, it's sure I'm scared sometimes of what I did, where I've been. And there are a few times where I said, cuff me if I'm wrong. Never. We as leaders, we chiefs are strong. We're strong for our people, especially for our kids. When I became chief at home, the first thing the social workers reminded me of, one of my jobs or rules are, I'm automatically a band rep. So the first, if not all the years as chief in my community, I was chief there and council for a total of 21 years. One of the things that the judge said to me, because I went to fight most, I had good social band rep workers. One time the judge says, he called the recess. We were in the Wikwemacong courtroom. I'd like to see you in my room, in the room. So I went back and he says, Chief, you're standing back there. CAS and the lawyers are up here. I can't pick a side, but I can't hear you back there either, Chief. But they're screaming in my face. And that's what he said to me. Well, by God, from there on, I've been standing right up here. You don't need a lawyer. Many times I fought, and there were some tragic cases. But I fought for the family. I stood right up here, and a lot of times I had no lawyer because I couldn't afford one. But there'd be about 4 or 5 on the other side. I share these. I love where I've been. And we can still go there. I'll stand with you. They won't put us in jail. So again, there's yeah, I'm all over the place here now. The Pope tour to the Vatican. I was asked to go. I declined because I'm not a survivor. I went to day school, but I think the worst in the 60s or 50s, the survivors in them years, they need to go, not me. Regional Chief Antoine gave us an update couple Fridays ago on an AFN call. And I blew a gasket. By that I mean I got ticked off and I let it be known. Because one of the reports on his one of the reports he shared with us was when the Pope comes here, he's going to come and ask for a pardon. That's out of line. That's not even in my radar. Our kids are still in the ground that they killed. Saddle Lake, like I just mentioned in my opening, they just found some more kids, deceased kids yesterday. We still haven't really started looking, and he wants to come here and ask for a pardon. I don't think that's right. To start a clean slate. We have too much to do. I do not think I'll be around. I'm 66, 67 this year. I don't think I'll be around until the last one is found. But should you ever see that day? Because they already started to talk about what day should we celebrate or recognize. I think when we find that last child, whenever that may be, that's when we should celebrate, I think. Not right now. I'm not in a celebration mood when we talk about residential school. I asked you chiefs, again with our title here, and I kind of relate some of it on my platform. That we need to come to our assemblies in strong numbers. There was a real hard evidence of just the last couple of months of the way we're conducting business on the agreement in principle on child welfare, the compensation. Our numbers are small and we're voting because the chiefs there are saying, we can't wait, we need to vote. But when we're voting with about a real number at one time was only 30, a lot of questions are coming forward because business goes on. So that's why I encourage us. There is going to be some very must votes taking place soon, and maybe at our assembly on this compensation of the child welfare. There's huge money in there. And I'm begging, I'm asking you chiefs to please come in person. Regional Chief Woodhouse will be there. She lives this AIP work over the years. She knows what he's talking about. She's going to come in and give us an update, right, to how much each PTO or community or however, she knows all that. So I do encourage us to hopefully come out in big numbers. It's going to be June 14, 15, 16 in Toronto, one of the close hotels by the airport. So you don't have to travel downtown. Our office, I've only been there once since last June. I was so awesome to find out that Stuart Ents, who is our receptionist, ever since COVID hit, he's been there every day since and still today. You call You call the office, he will answer. He's been there by himself for 3 years and he said he loves it. So in closing, I know time and there's a lot of work to do yet. I got to catch a flight. Like I said, there's so much things. Mental health, loss of young lives because of drugs. I don't know. There's hope, but we need each other. Right now in my community, there's a turf war from Black people from Toronto shooting at each other and shooting at us. That's a fact. These are hard. And not only if it's happening here, it's happening everywhere. I'll close with one very sad note referring to the Pope or to the church or to the priest. A couple of months ago, we lost a young man in Chiging. He overdosed. They lived in Toronto. They came home. We have a home to do awake services for family because we're so big now. The houses are too small. It wasn't available for them. Community complex. It wasn't available for them. So the only place that was available, and that's where they went, was the rectory by the church. And as we all probably know what the rectory is, that's where the living quarters are for the priests. And there's a little hall there for a little meeting, for AA meetings and whatnot that take place there. So that's where they took him. I remember this so well because it shouldn't have happened. So Friday afternoon is when the family arrived. They brought Dwayne in, set him up, family. That evening, Friday evening, the priest come down from the living quarters upstairs, I guess, and said, "Hey," got everybody's attention. I need you out of this building tomorrow night. I need you to leave because we're making too much noise again. Besides, and after church on Sunday, we have our tea and cookies here. If I was there, I probably would have blew 2 gaskets. Still today, look at what the priests are doing and trying to do to our people. That's 2 months ago. He's the one that would have been gone. I'd have driven him to the reserve line. They cannot teach or even talk to us that way. So if you do hear something or know something that when that takes place, let us know. So that's not the end of it. My chief, he's looking in, they're dealing with it, but I share that with you because that's very real. There's no room for them. If you want my answer, there's no room for them anymore. Not the priest. Miigwech.
Aho, Shimmy Gretch. I'd like to invite Ugitita Kavanaugh.
Miigwech Glenn. I've known Glenn for about 35 years now. Been good friends. In fact, this past February, I had him at my house for three days, 3 nights. We had a good visit. We had a lot of good laughs. We shared stories. We talk about our journeys in the political world and stuff like that. We worked out some arrangements and how we can work together, work with our chiefs, work with our communities within Ontario. And, we had a good time. I took him out ice fishing And during the day when we were fishing, he never caught nothing. So I'm not finished. So I reeled up my line because we caught maybe four of them, four lake trout, and so when he was reeling in, he was reeling in real fast. He's going like this. He's looking at the hole, going like this. Then all of a sudden he stops. Hey, wait! There's a fish there. There's a fish there. So I said, okay, drop your lure. Maybe you'll get it. So he dropped it back, and sure enough, he got it. And man, he was so happy. He had a great big northern about like that.
And he threw it back in on me.
and I live released it. I slowly put it back in. And he says, "Hey, hey, hey, that's my fish." Anyways, I have a gift for our regional Ontario Regional Chief Glenn Hare, on behalf of the Treaty 3 Nation, the elders, the people, and namely the leadership. Please accept this as a token of our appreciation on your visit and your very strong message. Chimiigwech, Glenn.
Oh, miigwech. On that note, we'll take a short break. Please hurry back. We have a lot of agenda items to finish off. When you hear the drum sound, please come back in. Miigwech.
like yours, Glenn. Nice to see you. Congratulations. Just in love. Yeah. I asked him out. He used to see them. Okay, yes, I'll be around. Okay, okay, for sure.
Aho, miigwech. We would like to continue with the National Assembly. We have a couple updates to do. We understand as well Grand Chief Daniels has a schedule to keep, so bear with us. Social Chiefs update, I'll turn it over to Chief McVicker. And also Economic Chiefs update, Gary Allen will do the presentation. Chief McVicker.
Bushu, Sigwan Nikwe Indigenous, Mus Dotem, Namke Wasing Donshi. I just want to acknowledge the drums and the sacred items that are here and our elders that are here today. I want to mention the chair of our social chiefs committee, Randy Fobister, wasn't able to be here because of flooding in his community. So I wish them well. Okay, we got you. Okay, so good morning, elders, chiefs, Treaty 3 members, and guests. As a member of the Social Chiefs Committee, I would first of all like to acknowledge our Treaty 3 health directors who have worked tirelessly over the last number of months and who, as members of the Health Council, are integral to the nation and ensuring advocacy for health at the grassroots level. Today, I will be sharing with you some of the highlights in health since our last Chiefs Assembly in October 2021 and work going forward. The Social Chiefs, Health Council, and health technicians have been very busy with numerous health issues at the forefront of our work. COVID-19 continues to be a part of our communities, and Grand Council Treaty 3 continues to provide up-to-date information on the website and social media as it becomes available. We know that we are moving towards endemic, but we are not there yet. We will continue to see waves as new variants arise and people continue to get COVID and are vaccinated. The pandemic has amplified many health issues over the last 2 years. However, mental health and addictions is of greatest concern. The impacts of opioid and mental health issues have moved Treaty 3 into a public health crisis. To support communities, Grand Council Treaty 3 Health has provided funding to support life promotion activities and have supported capacity building within communities. A number of trainings in Assist and Safe Talk were offered and open to leaders, educators, Treaty 3 police officers, and youth and frontline workers to support individuals with suicidal ideation. Further, Treaty 3 Drug Task Force has been working together to gather data from families to better understand their experience with first responders and the coroner's office during times of loss, but also to hear how we can better support individuals and their families with substance use disorders and families impacted by overdose and drug-related deaths. We have heard from 18 families to date and will continue this critical work over the next 6 months. The funding proposals are pending to support mapping the journey of individuals with mental and addiction issues and to identify the needs as well as the gaps in services and supports. Advocacy remains critical. Midwifery in Treaty 3 is being revitalized. Treaty 3 has been meeting with elders and knowledge keepers to learn about the teachings and the history of midwifery in our communities. This knowledge will form the foundation of a midwifery program that will be developed to teach our young people to continue this important work. Work on chronic illnesses continues to be an immediate priority within Treaty 3. Grand Council Treaty 3 and the Northwest Cancer Care Program are working collaboratively on a survivorship campaign that will highlight key cancers impacting Treaty 3 communities. Key messages from the survivors will be shared through videos and posters. We hope to launch this campaign in June 2022. As well, Grand Council Treaty 3 is also working in collaboration with the Kenora Chiefs Advisory through the Regional Indigenous Cancer Care Lead funding to address the key priorities of cancer within all Treaty 3 communities over the next year. Work with the Ontario Renal Network has been ongoing, and the research project Burden of Kidney Disease in Treaty 3 has been completed, and the results are shared with you today in the handouts. This data will inform advocacy. Grand Council Treaty 3 recognizes that access to timely, relevant, and quality data is essential to effectively advocate for change needed to adequately address health disparities. The Treaty 3 Data Governance Committee was recently established and will work to review data requests that involve Treaty 3 communities. Training will be provided to the committee to begin preparing them for the work ahead. We are also working to better understand how to move forward with long-term care. Engagement is underway and surveys have been conducted, and 40 respondents have provided their input to date. Grand Council Treaty 3 has provided a report in the handouts from those surveys for your review. The data collected will help inform the needs of long-term care in Treaty 3. And finally, Demajamoan and health transformation, which are two incredibly important files for Treaty 3 in moving health forward. Demajamoan connectivity in Treaty 3 is currently in phase 1, which includes optic line upgrades in 6 communities. The pre-design phase is currently underway, and Manato Akianakanagewan engagement process for consent to build within 6 communities. This is a multi-year project. Health transformation continues to be advanced with key proposed work for this coming fiscal year. Anishinaabe engagement on health in all communities will be a priority. Alongside this work, we will be moving the health, human resource recruitment and retention, the quadrilateral dialogue on cross-border issues, and aligning to OHT federal distinction-based legislation. Accessibility through e-health readiness and transportation review, and Anishinaabe cultural safety, trauma-informed training will be of utmost importance through collaboration with proposed anti-racism and discrimination programs. The joint social and economics chiefs, that's the end of the social committee's report, and the joint social and economics chiefs would like to share a video with you today about the Demajamoan project, which formerly, before it was named, was referred to as the Grand Council Treaty 3 fiber optic connectivity project. Miigwech.
I think we've learned a lot throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The students suffered throughout the pandemic, and how can we better provide a service to them so that we don't have to go through something like that again?
It highlighted that the connectivity divide was an urgent need of the First Nations to be connected to an affordable high-speed broadband internet. That's where this project came about again.
I think we've learned a lot throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The students suffered throughout the pandemic, and how can we better provide a service to them so that we don't have to go through something like that again.
It highlighted that the connectivity divide was an urgent need of the First Nations to be connected to an affordable high-speed broadband internet. You know, that's where this project came about again, was reborn again.
Everything was moved to remote. How do you access healthcare? How do you access school? How do you access your employment?
So Grand Council Treaty Number 3, with a mandate from the Treaty 3 chiefs in August of 2020, used its resources to develop a project that will connect all Treaty 3 First Nations who wanted to be connected to the system.
And from that, we were able to meet with Elder Stephen Kijik. He was able to provide us with a name for the project.
I knew right away, Debatchimoy. It's a sacred word. Debatchimoy is communication in every walks of life. You can't hear it, you can't see it, but it's there.
The Debatchimoy project connects individuals, families, communities to one another through high-speed fiber optic internet and gives them the opportunity of choice to say, you know, maybe I want to have a virtual appointment or I'm going to work remotely. They've never had that opportunity before, so that's what Debatchimoy provides, is that opportunity of choice.
We're not 100% connected, and so it's a huge barrier for growth. And if we can offer the internet connectivity to the homes and to the communities, well, you're going to see growth.
So that we could participate in health, education, economic development.
We'll get to know what's happening around the world faster.
To be able to research on the internet will definitely be huge.
I want the crafter in a small community to have the same access to a global market as anyone else. They deserve that.
You need a faster communication nowadays. In order to get that fast service, Debatchimoy is there for you.
We would not have this gap, this inequity with respect to broadband connectivity. No matter where you were in the territory, that you were going to have the same level of opportunity.
As a chief of Mishkusaminazibing, I see great potential with bringing fiber optic to the home and the benefits that it will have for all of the members within the First Nation. The community members will flourish.
We're moving this. Nobody else is coming to us to say they're going to do it for us. We're doing it. We're saying how it's going to look and when it's going to roll out. Within 2 years, we've put in the proposals and we've been successful in accessing the funds necessary. And so there isn't going to be a cost to the community. It's 100% funded.
I have satisfaction that it is moving forward. I like to see progress.
And to be able to bring a better standard of living, that is something that we will definitely take advantage of.
It's become a right to be digitally connected in this world. The innovation is in Treaty 3. We're going to do it our way.
I see there's going to be changes and a better way of communication.
It's really important to be connected to the world, to our communities, to our families. We wanted everyone to have access, and we wanted to be able to ensure that each and every community has the autonomy to make a decision about what's best for their community. It's amazing. It's exciting. It's innovative. And I'm overwhelmed in the sense that, you know, we're going to do it. And that's important. We're going to do it. We're not going to be left behind, and we're going to lead the way.
Okay, Miigwech, I guess if there are any questions, I don't know how well I'll be able to answer them, but we have some technicians that are here and available. So I'll just open that up. We want to keep things rolling. But anyway, our technicians for health are in the corner over there, and the social chiefs are here if anyone wants to ask us any questions today. Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry, Chief Wendigo.
Oh, bonjour. Good morning. Shawanang bitang nijnikaz. Nikus minikanan dunji. Bonjour and dotam. I guess I just have a little bit of concern when it comes around health transformation and the way there that we've been trying to work together on it, and just hearing that word, the debachamoan, is communication. You know, and when elders give us those kinds of words and what it means, that's something there that we have to practice, because it's something there that they gave us to help move our initiatives forward. You know, and just kind of getting back to the health transformation side of things. I'm here, I guess, just making a few comments on behalf of our health organizations in the South, Tribal Health and GHAC. And I don't know all of the particulars, but I just know whenever I do have the opportunity to have conversations with our CEOs, that there's a lack of communication, and with all of the information that needs to be shared, sometimes they're bypassed and go straight into the management. So what does that mean? Treaty 3 is getting involved with our program managers when everything should be going through the leadership that we have, and that's our CEOs. You know, and I guess for myself, what I'm getting at is I'm just kind of making a plea. Please just deal with our CEOs, because they give us this information. We have our monthly meetings in the South with the Southern Chiefs. Tammy Ryle gets us together and we get all that information. So if they're not getting the proper information, and then when we come to assemblies like this, it causes a lot of confusion and frustration. And I'm asking for things to get better. Miigwech.
Thank you for your comment. I too was thinking about that recently. I mean, I think everyone involved has best intentions, and I think it's going to be over several 6 or 7 more years of talks about transformation. And I did have a question, and I think that the social chiefs should talk about how we're working on the law and what that's tangibly going to mean, and maybe we could maybe be there at some of those meetings. I know there's the 3 different tables in the area, but we could definitely have that voice from a Grand Council table coming from us. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm sure there's room for, yeah. Okay, well, I'll bring that up. Definitely. Thank you.
Chief Kobanas.
Just a few comments for the chiefs, and I guess for the people, all of our people in the room. I want to acknowledge all of our traditional items. Chief Henderson for bringing us here. Just kidding. And I want to acknowledge all the chiefs and our elders in the room. It's really good to be around, sitting with everybody and being able to give everybody a quick hug and a quick kiss. Just kidding. Right? Just kidding. But it's always great to be face to face and especially with our other dignitaries from here towards the west and our good friend Ontario Regional Chief from down south and all of our staff. So I'm really appreciative of that today. It's good to see everybody. I'm big on health transformation. And I firmly believe, along with a lot of our other chiefs here, that things need to change, right? And I think COVID's really taught us a lot in terms of highlighting, bringing everything to the surface. But it has also shown us coming up with alternatives to providing care to our people in our communities where it needs to happen, where we know that we can keep them safe, where they know they can access it right there when they need it. And the resourcing needs to be put in our communities as our leaders are the ones who know what are needed in our communities, right? And those things need to be communicated. And the communication needs to be reciprocal, right? We have agencies that come in and do this and do that, and that's great because all the more services to our people is great. But in terms of driving change, sometimes you really need to just push in order to make change. Because a lot of what our agencies deal with is they have to deal with provincial policies, they have to deal with federal policies that don't always jive with what is needed in our community. So if we're starting to think outside the box in terms of real health transformation, Treaty 3, the Anishinaabe Nation, our people, I know and I've learned, I've seen, I've heard, my elders have told me, have always been leaders in these areas. And just saying, you know what, we're going to do it our way, or it's the highway. And that's across the board. So I think in terms of, you know, what goes across, our leaders speak for our communities. Our leaders know what's best for our communities, and that direction needs to be respected. It needs to be taken into consideration all along the way. And it's also our responsibility to communicate that. So I just want to just say that, you know, it does work both ways. And I think in order to affect change, we need to be at all of these tables and say, this is how we're doing it. And we also need to learn about all these other things because huge developments are happening and they're going to happen whether we're sitting there or whether we're not. And I prefer to sit there and, you know, put our perspectives there as opposed to just sitting back and letting them all do what they need to do. Because we're doing great at communicating, you know, giving some really good advice on what we're learning, what we're doing. And if you're in that same direction, let's be on the same page or same boat or canoe, wherever you want to travel together. But that's just makes sense.
Thank you. That's well said. Like, I think that people need to get involved because it is happening, and that's right. And I'm looking forward to the work that's being done with technicians, visiting communities, and talking about the law, doing that engagement process, because I myself look forward to a day when, as the treaty nation, we're united and clear on what we expect in our territory. So miigwech, yeah.
Aha, miigwech, gamakanag. Okay, so I'm going to rely on my old hockey skills and stick handle the agenda here. I'd like to put the economic chief's update on hold. Or somebody tells me to get the puck out of here.
Bonjour. Miigwech ke jima tunongum. Gamama kodesh nakaz gagunustag dunji banasi dudim. I want to thank our creator for a beautiful day. Thank you also to Carol, Briere, Beverly, Kershane, and Ida Skeet, who are the elders here. Thank you. Recognize Chief Henderson, the host for today's assembly, and also for your advocacy and work with Treaty 1 and 5, and also at our executive table at the Southern Chiefs Organization. Thank you so much. Very instrumental in moving many files for us. Thank you for the invite again to the Grand Chief, the Ogichida Kavanaugh. Thank you so much for your leadership, and also all the protocols that are shared here. The drums, the singers, thank you. Our elders, our women, all of our grandmothers who have set a great example for us for your dance as well, and our sacred items that are here. Want to acknowledge them, and for that smudge that was offered to us. Thank you so much. I want to also acknowledge the regional chief, Glenn Hare. It was great to hear you speak in the language for the majority of the knowledge you've shared. I think it's so important for us, and I love to hear it. It's a touching part of our history as young people. Obviously, I come from a generation that has struggled with our language, and reminding how important it is so important for us. I want to just say a few things. I know that there's an agenda to be followed here, and I know you chiefs want to get into it. I'll share just a little bit about myself. I'm the Grand Chief for the Southern Chiefs Organization. We have 34 First Nations, 81,000 citizens in our communities and nations. Dakota, Anishinaabe, we have 4 Dakota nations who are part of our work that we do. Many of the same files we are working on. We have the same struggles. We have the same issues and sort of challenges in front of us, both regionally and national. We do our best to build trust with our communities, to build confidence in the work we do, and credibility with our partners, regional and national. And it's an honor to come in and be a part of a table that an assembly that is so rich with the history of our traditions. And every time we come here, we learn, and our staff learn, our citizens learn, and it's a great value to us, a great gift to come and join you. And hopefully we're able to share a little bit about what we do that can hopefully help with the work that's happening here as well. We hosted an Anishinaabe gathering a number of years ago, Grand Chief and I, the Ogichida, and we want to continue that work. And we've spoken with Chief Henderson about the possibility of hosting it. And so we're still in those conversations. And I know we talked about it even back then. It's been a long time since that initial conversation. Grand Chief Kavanaugh and I journeyed down south and spoke with some of our relatives in the southern area as well. Chief Bowen from our community, who was also one of the hosts at that time, came with us to Michigan. And we went and we spoke with the descendants of Chief Pontiac and also Tecumseh. And we wanted to invite them to be a part of us, to recognize the war chiefs and the fighting and the veterans and all the ones who put their lives on the line for us to be here and to have the freedom and the opportunity to discuss what's best for our children, to create more opportunity. And so I think that's an important part of our relationship, our shared history as Anishinaabe. And I want to get back to that. I just going to say a little bit about what we've done over the last little while. Hopefully it'll help. I'll say a little bit about what we do with health transformation. We're months away from an agreement in principle. Right now, our elders are in Saging at the Turtle Lodge, and they are speaking and reviewing the document. And we are focused on the outcomes, changing the 11-year life expectancy that's currently before us. That's what's happening right now. Our people are dying 11 years earlier, and that's the reality. And it's systemic racism, it's mistrust with the health system, it's a whole history of different factors that have created that for us. And so we're trying to change that. The best way to change that is to get in control of it. And we get in control of it by building trust among ourselves and building unity. And those are is a word that we speak about, but there's actions behind that. You know, it's about our relationship with one another. You know, credibility is a word that we talk about, but there's actions behind that. Consistency, history, for the minds of the chiefs around the table and their councils and their communities, community leaders who have to have that same trust and have that same confidence in their leadership. And we want to help facilitate that. We want to help build that. And so we've done that with health. We've had our same challenges with regions, health directors, health. It hasn't been a sort of a complete agreement. Move towards getting control. And so we've continued to invite directors, we've continued to have that conversation, keeping in mind, you cannot force any leader or any region to join a process. It is really about a committed group of leaders who want to make it happen. And that's how you move forward, we never want to leave anyone behind, but at the same time, the challenges are getting greater and greater and greater. The addictions problems are becoming greater. The poverty is increasing. And so our lands are continuing to be robbed every single day while we speak here today. And the transfer back of the millions of acres that are owed to us in just region alone is still decades away, if not centuries in some cases. And I truly believe at some point, we're going to have to come to grips with the reality of that. And how are we going to change that narrative? Because we are all very much aware of the fact that they utilize strategically many different factors, including the municipal service agreements, to delay and take legal implications of their own citizens when the same process was never granted to us. And so we have to find ways around that. We've tried to build relationships. I know many of you have heard about the Hudson's Bay announcement. We were able to secure 100 million. We're still in negotiations. We're looking at trying to create that credibility within the organization with the wider community so that we can deliver and take control of the funding envelopes. We applaud the chiefs out east who are working to take control of the infrastructure. $170 million package that they now have control of in maintaining their water treatment plants. And I think that that's something that's very important. The challenge with all of these sort of unified approaches always comes down to the financials. And how is the formula for the prioritization of investments in different communities? How do we prioritize any community around the table who has a project ready, and how do you decide? And that's where we've seen division historically within education. Divisions and disagreements about who should have how much. But we have to be fiercely committed. Fierce loyalty. That's what nations are built on. Fierce loyalty and commitment. And our ceremonies are a reflection of that. Honor one another. Protect our children. Protect our families. That's the center of everything we do. And so that is sort of the values I think that we need to have as we move forward. We need to instill those values in our children and continue to build progress. We want to see progress. We want to see strength in the movement of different files and different agendas that will create better opportunity and change that life expectancy. Healthcare is a part of that. But it's not simply about the services. It's not about managing poverty. It's about making sure that every dollar that goes into our communities bangs 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 times before it leaves our economies. That's how we keep the economies internal. That's how we build the strength internally. We have to do that. Because if we continue to be dependent on transfer payments, all it takes is a government to come in that doesn't agree with us anymore and removes those transfer payments and works to erode different bills and different acts that were supposed to protect us. The system outside of our governance, and it's not going to work in the future. We have to start to create that within ourselves. Commitment and loyalty to one another, our own institutions of justice, our institutions of health, our institutions of infrastructure. And so that's the vision I have for our communities. It's the vision our people have, our elders. It is through listening. It's through spending many, many hours with our elders and being able to show that we've heard them and that we are committed to challenging the status quo and challenging what has been imposed upon our nations. So I'm going to leave it there. Grand Chief Kavanaugh, thank you again for the invite. I really enjoy coming here. I hope you're going to be able to take in a little bit of the Manitoba and the celebration that will be happening, and look forward to continuing to work with you and with Treaty 3. We are going to hopefully see a great change in the justice system. Elder was just speaking with me about how the treatment of our people in the justice system and how we've losing lives within the justice system. I know Saging we've been challenging quite consistently. And so I'll say one more thing though about the fiber optics. Very important that you take a unified approach. If you see what happened in Manitoba, it just went sideways. You know, we had a very long, lengthy, decades long in sort of consultation process that went on at the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. And when the time came for finances to come in, you had a lot of firms with a lot of money get into the minds of our leaders and create sort of this sort of opening for them to start to erode our internal process. And that can happen. And that's the thing when I say about trust and loyalty to one another. It's not going to take much for, our partners, our treaty partners and their firms to start to sort of create that and unstable that process. It's happened, and it will happen again if leaders are not committed and loyal to the process within ourselves. And I know it takes trust. It takes accountability and transparency. Those things are not words of Canada. They're us. That's how we've done things. Our grandmothers and grandfathers would never have let us be mistrustful or disloyal to one another. And so we have to incorporate those same principles in everything we do. My hope is that happens. And so thank you again. I wish you well, my relatives. Please stay safe and healthy, and may Creator bless your path. Miigwech.
Grand Chief Kavanaugh.
Which Grand Chief Daniels. I know Grand Chief Daniels from his dad. I've danced powwows with his dad for about 40 years now. So I've known the family for that long. And when I had a relationship with the former Southern Chief's Grand Chief, but as soon as he became Grand Chief, I reached out to him, let's have breakfast or dinner, next time I'm in Winnipeg. So that's how we got together, and that's how we started talking about strengthening the Anishinaabe Nation. We talked about how Treaty 3 extends into Manitoba, and also the Anishinaabe Nation also extends down south to Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan, and we reached out to our relatives down there too. That's how we started talking about the Anishinaabe gathering that we had in 2019. It was quite a successful gathering, but COVID got in the way, but we're still moving forward in that regard, that we want to strengthen the Anishinaabe Nation, meaning Treaty 3, Treaty 1, Treaty 2. and our brothers and sisters in Minnesota, in the United States, we're still moving in that regard, and hopefully we can, like he said, we all have commonalities in the issues that we deal with on a daily basis. So with that, I say Chumigwech for Grand Chief Daniel's presentation, and on behalf of the Grand Council Treaty Number 3 Nation, the people, the elders, our drums, and most importantly, our leaders, I am offering a token of my appreciation to Grand Chief Daniels on his accepting our invitation to do presentation to our leadership and our people today. Grand Chief, I offer you a token of our appreciation for being here. Oh yeah, and also I wear this medallion because Grand Chief Daniels presented me with that in August 2019. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So we'll continue with one more update. Economic Chiefs update. Gary Allen.
What? 20 million, yep. Bonjour. Jean Agabo Indigo. I take in do them, Niki Gusman Carding Nendoji. We got Negamo in the way, an Indian away and Ungum. You tish away Koyuk, Oshki Nigig. You tish away Shumsasana, Kokamisana, an Indian away, Kipi Jai away, Oma Nungum. Good morning. Treaty 3. And the other one was with respect to direct transfer. Direct transfer meant that we would have to do I guess, a property appraisal of the land. And then if it was valued over $6 million, then it would have to go to a treasury board for approval. So, but we met with Minister Patty Haidu, who came in as part of this new government, and had a discussion with her in March at Kenora Chiefs Advisory. And it was at that time, we had talked about, a third option with Minister Miller. But Patty Haidu really wanted us to recommit to the direct transfer option. So it was at that meeting that she recommended that we continue working with option number 2. And so that kickstarted the conversations with Indigenous Services Canada. So on April 1st, oddly enough, April Fool's Day, we met with Ann Scotton, who is the Regional Director General for Ontario. And at that meeting, we started to discuss options and some of the key issues with respect to that property. And basically, we still, are committed to ensuring that the land becomes reserve land. So in terms of the key questions or key points, the first point that we discussed was really remediation, which is to ensure that the land, when it's transferred over to Treaty 3, that they conclude with environmental cleanup of the land. We do know that there's sewage underground pipes, I guess, and storage tanks that are underground. And also, we wanted to complete the work with respect to the property appraisal to establish fair market value. So the second point was we wanted them to assign a property manager to come to the site and manage and safeguard the property. So that includes removing the occupants so that we could close the building and make the building vacant so that we can start to complete the work. As the third option is to demolish the building in a safe manner, as there is asbestos within some of the within the structure. So at that meeting, Ann Scotton agreed to provide funding to Grand Council Treaty number 3 to complete the work, including completing the property appraisal. Because originally, when we had talked with our chiefs regarding a property appraisal, we knew that the province or the feds were completing their own property appraisal. So we wanted to do our own work to really evaluate it based on Treaty 3. So to look at an independent property appraisal. So then they countered with, well, we'll pay for your property appraisal as long as you share that information with us. So we agreed to that. So now I have drafted up a request for a proposal document that the the chiefs approved on a Monday night that we are sending out to prospective companies to complete the property appraisal on that property. So, and Scotton basically stated within that meeting that they wanted to transfer the land to Grand Council Treaty 3 by May 2022. That's this month. We also stated that we wanted to have meetings with our elders and our survivors to determine what they wanted to see for future use of the site and their position with respect to the burial sites. We do know within the last year, there's been a number of sites that have been identified across Canada. So we wanted to ensure that we receive proper direction from our elders and survivors with respect to that property. So we held a meeting with our elders, survivors at Paul Island at Wajishkanigam on May 4th and 5th to discuss their recommendations and their position with respect to the future direction. So I just wanted to highlight some of the recommendations that we heard from the elders and survivors. So that the work on future use be led by ceremonies with the inclusion of elders and survivors for future direction. They wanted to build a healing center that focused on residential school survivors, incorporating a number of treatments, including intergenerational trauma, alcohol and drug addictions, post-traumatic stress disorder, and revitalizing Anishinaabe. They also would like to use sweat lodges on the site. They'd also like to see us build a roundhouse for healing and ceremonies. Another recommendation was housing for residential school survivors. And then an economic development on the property, including a shopping center. One recommendation was name the site after Charlie Wenjack, call it Charlie's Place. So, excuse me. And also remember the connection to the School Point on Shoal Lake, as this is important, and to also feast that relationship. That further meetings to talk about experiences is requested, and that this meeting is just the beginning. Also maintain the memorialization park for people to continue to offer tobacco at the site. And then also change the name of CJ property to something in Anishinaabe. And then also they also made recommendations with respect to the burial grounds and the burial sites, that the burial sites should be taken care of in a careful manner. They said on Guamazin, be mindful, be aware of actions, be careful. Identify any unmarked graves before occupying. Use ground penetrating radar to locate graves. Find a way to honor for the children that didn't make it. Women to be consulted as they are the caregivers. Children that were wronged, engage the spirit that corrects things. Spirits are waiting for us to do something. And then also on Homestake Road, There's graves right beside the road or under the road. And then also finally, spring and fall feasts are held as soon as the buds are out, including the little people who dwell there. So those are some of the recommendations from the on the CJ property. So I'm going to jump over to the commercial fishery. So Grand Cultural Treaty number 3 was approved by FedNor in January 19, 2022 for a contribution of $214,000 toward the development of a feasibility study to determine the state of the fishery in Treaty 3. The contract to undertake the work to complete the Treaty 3 study, fishery evaluation, was awarded to Cambium Indigenous Professional Services out of Curve Lake, Ontario. So within the next little while, we'll be starting undertaking that work to do a complete analysis, particularly for Lake of the Woods, to understand, I guess, the fish stocks and how well they are doing. But then this information will allow us to mitigate and deal with fish stocks if the report provides us information that says that the stocks are doing as well. So, but with the caveat that later we would begin to work to develop the commercial fishery. We do know that there's opportunities for trade in terms of fish. We know that, like in city of Minneapolis, I guess pickerel or walleye is selling at $25 a pound. And we know that within Treaty 3, people pay as less as $10 a pound. So there's certainly opportunities for growth for commercial fishery. So, and then also Treaty 3 Investment Group. I just want to state that we are continuing to work on the strategic plan that we approved in September 2021. And then we're also looking for a director. We have currently 7 directors, and we're looking for 1 more. And utilizing the 4-direction governance model, the seat is available to members from Notkamegawaaning, Northwest Anglo 33, Animkey Wazing, Buffalo Point, Sagin, Shoal Lake 40, Skataizaga Gining. And our preference is that person resides in Treaty 3. And so if you can, if you're interested, send me your resume, and we'd be happy to add this person to the board. We do know that there's gender parity within the board. When we met with Patty Haidu, she asked us about our board, and we told her that, you know, we have 4 women and 4 men on that board. And that's what we're working towards. And she has really said that you don't see that across Canada in terms of boards that do have that equal representation. So it's good to see that from Grand Council Treaty number 3. So finally, with respect to housing, you know, we are working on 3 main points for housing. And one is the addressing on-reserve housing, and then also developing an urban housing and homelessness strategy. So with that, I know Ryland here is going to, we contracted Clear Direction to start the engagement process well over a year ago. And they met with communities, and So, and they provided a report to us in October 2021. So the common themes that we heard throughout our initial conversation, including funding, need for additional housing, need for suitable service lots, need for water capacity infrastructure, need for sewer capacity infrastructure, repairs, mold, staffing, homelessness, citizens living off reserve, office space, warehouses, shops, and then also lack of firefighting equipment and infrastructure that really impacts our standard of living. And then also the electricity and hydro issues. So some of the work that the conditions developing the housing strategy as a guide include that each nation must have its respective housing and infrastructure needs addressed. The housing strategy must perform better in terms of reaching our housing outcomes than what is occurring and being currently produced for citizens, First Nations, tribal councils. It must benefit through this housing strategy. So Grand Council will make the case to prove to the government of Canada that funding the housing strategy will better meet the needs of our citizens. So what are the next steps for a housing strategy? We're currently completing the housing and infrastructure needs assessment. We have Ryland, who's going community to community, house to house, to evaluate what are the needs for each household. And then also explore potential enhancing, expanding technical and professional services to member nations within Treaty 3, explore potential of member nation-owned housing-focused enterprises, explore potential nation-owned financial services, housing loans, down payment, assistance programs could potentially be offered to citizens wishing to buy or build both on and off reserve, as there is an Aboriginal Financial Institute currently operating in Treaty 3. So we're going to continue with our comprehensive consultations and relationship building to develop a specific Treaty 3 homelessness strategy. And to address the urban housing and homelessness, we also met with Henry Wall and Dan McCormick, who are basically the local DSABs in Fort Francis, to discuss ways we can partner with municipalities on developing an urban housing and homelessness strategy. We do know that in Fort Francis alone, they have 0 vacancy in Fort Francis, right? And then in Kenora, there's 1,600 families that are currently on the waiting list for housing. So all this information impacts employment. Like, how can you go to work in Kenora when you can't find adequate housing? So we are working, we are looking for the mandate today through one of our resolutions to have that dialogue with the DSABs. And one of the other issues that we found out just in our discussions, because we also approached the province of Ontario with respect to funding. We know that they have 2 system admins in Ontario that really channel where the funding goes. And then they send them all to the 47 different DSABs across Ontario. And that funding, we're basically, they have a pan-Aboriginal approach. So we are, having to compete with Métis and then also the friendship centers for urban funding. Because we know, for me, and when I think about it, I think about the Corbière decision. Corbière decision says that off-reserve members can vote in our elections on reserve. So why can't we provide services to them? So that's my main point with that issue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryland Reed. And if you have any questions, I'll be here and happy to answer any questions after his presentation. Be good.
Bonjour, Gary. So in the interest of some people with health issues, we're going to take a quick break and resume right after lunch. So we'll take a 45-minute lunch or so and return back and continue the presentation. You got. While you're breaking for lunch, there is a raffle fundraiser for Tree Youth Initiatives. Check out the table, Emerge table raffle. Tickets are going for $20 each, and there's about 6 good prizes on there. So check out the Emerge table while you're having lunch. Spend $20 or so. Miigwech.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Bonjour, bonjour. If we could get everybody back in here, so I'm calling the drummers, if you can bring the people back into assembly. It's 1 o'clock.
Aha, bonjour Mina. Dine magnetok. Ami gwech. Dina ge. We ma. We must time ina shkona quick. There was also tobacco offered by a couple individuals for healing. And I'm advised that it will happen during the next break. We're going to continue into the agenda. And I want to invite my co-chair, Eric Fisher, to take it away.
Well, it's done. Gary Allen, the ECDEV PowerPoint presentation. Gary.
Thank you, everybody, for coming today. Just wanted to say Elvis is in the building. I know just a couple of omissions there from my presentation. We do, with respect to the Treaty 3 Investment Group, we are looking for a contribution from each of the communities, and we will be issuing letters here shortly for a $25,000 contribution from each of the communities for the Treaty 3 Investment Group for the limited partnership. And then also Siemens Canada will be here tomorrow. Jerry Chuang, he will be making a presentation with respect to microgrids. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rylan Reed, who's going to provide a presentation on data in terms of with respect to housing. So Rylan.
Good afternoon. My name is Rylan Reed. I'm a consultant. I have a small company with my wife. She's from Akwesasne, Kelly Francis. We've been in business since about 2016, but it's a small company called Clear Direction. And we're very happy to be working with Grand Council Treaty 3, and just wanted to say thanks to all of you for allowing me to share this space with you. It's been a really nice yesterday afternoon and today, so thanks for everything. I'll be fairly brief. I know you're kind of behind on your agenda here, so I won't take up too much time and space. So like I mentioned, back in 2021, we began working with Grand Council Treaty 3, and how we got into working with Grand Council Treaty 3 is actually back in during the pandemic. We began working with PWE as well as AKRC on some housing management training. And so what we did is kind of developed a number of modules and some accompanying videos and some electronic tools. And a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about today is kind of captured in that. You know, of course, it was a pandemic and a lot of the stuff didn't get off the ground, but we're hoping now is the time. But anyways, so when we started this work, we tried to access some data through AFN. They were undertaking a national housing survey for First Nations. And unfortunately, a lot of that data wasn't collected, and some of it was spread out over a few years. So between 2018 and 2021, and some of that data was still coming in. So it affected the integrity of that data. And so we figured that we better go out and start collecting our own. So the first round of that was just kind of gaining a better understanding of what the requirements or needs were of Grand Council Treaty 3. And the best way we figured to do that was to actually go out and see it. So over the course of last summer, one of the best summers of my life, I was able to travel out and see each of your communities, 23 of the 28, not the 2 here in Manitoba. But yeah, it was great. And we came up with some data and or some findings. And Gary shared these with you a little bit earlier, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. We also heard some preconditions as well. And the main one being is that each of your nations want to see their housing needs met out of this, and that and as Gary mentioned this as well too, but this housing strategy also has to be better than what you're currently getting now in terms of housing. It makes perfect sense, right? And further to that too, you know, we want to make sure that every citizen, every First Nation, and all the tribal council advisory services, you know, do better off of this too. So there's some components out of this, and the first one being finding out what it is you need in terms of data and evidence. And the government of Canada has always been pretty big on that. I actually spent a fair bit of time working with the government of Canada. I was at CMHC. I was a senior advisor of Aboriginal Capacity Development Services here in Manitoba, as was my wife and business partner now. So that's kind of where we have our niche in housing. That's kind of what's kept us into it, and understanding what that relationship is between the government of Canada and with First Nations is, well, we basically flip sides, and we like working for you. So out of that, yeah, the other piece of this, and we know what happened with the technical service advisors or your tribal councils, is that during the Harper years, they were gutted in terms of what the services they could provide and what they could do for you. And so we thought out of this and out of this strategy, we can maybe start building that back up again. Further to that is, you know, we could start looking at First Nations owned businesses as well, and looking at perhaps financial services for home ownership, if that's where you want to go. At the same time too, developing a homelessness strategy, because we know in Treaty 3 and some of the issues being felt in Kenora and Dryden, Fort Francis and Sioux Lookout. But the main piece of all this and what we're going to be undertaking here in phase 2 is this housing and infrastructure needs assessment. And we've been lucky enough, we were approached by CMHC to work with a couple First Nations in Treaty 3. So we're able to kind of pilot this initially with a couple First Nations as well. And as Bimose reached out to us too, to work with another First Nation on developing a housing policy. But when you're working on housing policy and you're working on developing a housing committee, you want to know what you're dealing with in your own community, right? So this is why we're undertaking these needs assessments as well. So by undertaking these needs assessment over the course of the next few months, we're going to be able to build the business case for nation-to-nation long-term funding for each of your communities. We're also looking at this data is going to help each of your nations plan a little bit better in terms of what you need in terms of new housing, what you need in terms of replacement of housing, what you need in terms of repairs, and kind of looking at it that way. And Gary and Drake were instrumental in getting some funding through ISK to support this phase 2. And through this next phase, we're going to be able to hire some of your local members as well to help us out with this. So they'll see all of it in terms of doing the assessments, in terms of entering the data and actually creating some databases. And we're going to talk about that in a bit here. If that said, if you want to stay or become involved with this as well. Yeah, so beyond that, this is what the first part of this survey looks like. It's nothing too earth shattering. It's based off of Google Forms. Oftentimes the government of Canada makes things a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. For this first piece of the assessment is basically asking each of the tenants, how long they've been in a house, how old the house is, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, how many folks are over the age of 18, how many under 18. We asked some overcrowding questions too. The government of Canada has set out 4 conditions of what they consider to be an overcrowded house. That's not to say that your communities or Treaty 3 would consider those to be overcrowding, but if we can put back that on the government to say, look, you have X number of overcrowded houses in this community, what are you going to do about it? That's the idea around that. And then also in the tenants' words too, because we know that they're living in the houses, they know what those houses need better than anyone else, that we ask them what are those issues are. So out of that, we collect that information. And so with this one, we've actually, started, like I said, to kind of dust this off and check with how the pilot's working out. And these are stats that we just collected from one of the nations just a little while ago, and just around overcrowding. And in this particular First Nation, we're looking at about 15% of the houses being overcrowded. There's about 50 houses in that First Nation. So that First Nation, right off the hop, we can say, and it's fairly basic, is that they need 7 houses immediately to deal with overcrowding. And we can replicate this just about right across the nation as well. So beyond that, after that initial survey, we do the assessment itself, looking at the entire house. So if you remember back to the days of NISI, Native Inspection Services, that's kind of gone the way of the dinosaur, but they did something called physical condition reviews. And these physical conditions reviews is basically what we base this housing assessment off of. Now, if you recall what a physical condition review was in the past, it was either a fail, that this item in the house needed to be replaced right away. There's also this piece where, you should take a look at it, you might have to replace it within the next 10 to 5 years, or this item is in good shape and don't have to worry about it. We've kind of taken out the, maybe take a look at this in 5 and 10 years because we've turned into a pass or fail at this point in time. So every time you see a no on this, we know there's an issue in the house. And so we go through everything in terms of this assessment. We talk about the exterior of the lot, the exterior of the home itself, the roof, the chimney, building services. And we talk about building service, we're talking about water and septic, or water and sewage, as well as your electrical hookup. Then we go into the inside, kitchen, appliances, common areas. We talk about common areas, that's hallways, living rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, basement crawl space, your heating systems. We also kind of break up heating systems into wood stoves as well. And then we talk about plumbing, electrical, HRV, ventilation, fire prevention, and pest control. Again, here's some results from what we've recently done, and this is fairly typical for just about any First Nation in our experience anyways. I know it's gonna be a hard time seeing this, but that first one on the left, upper left is around ground level, and your landscaping around that. So basically, if the earth around the home is kind of caved in, that there's water going into that house. That's what creates mold. So just for chief and council to have a better understanding of, how many houses are that, they can start maybe planning as to who they can hire for a contractor to undertake that work the next year. This next one in the upper right, that's around exterior doors. Again, fairly typical for just about anywhere. And this is probably includes store dorms as well. Again, this is going to help the First Nation to begin planning and saying, how many doors do we need? What we can undertake. This next one over here to the middle left is around eaves troughs. Eaves troughs, similar to what we were talking about in terms of water going into a home. That's going to create mold if those eaves troughs aren't directing water away. That's the idea there. And again, chief and council or your housing committee can begin making those plans as to address those issues as well. We talk about plumbing pipes and faucets. Just, if you have dripping water underneath the kitchen sink, that's going to lead to mold. So again, you can start making those changes as well. And it just goes on. Well, these last two I'll just highlight as well because fire, it freaks me out. I've seen a couple of houses on different First Nations but yeah, it scares the hell out of me. But anyways, just the fact, and again, this is fairly typical, about a third of this First Nations houses doesn't have smoke detectors, and about 60% don't have fire extinguishers. And again, that's not on the First Nation at this point, right? It's something that we can go out in terms of whether it's individually, as a tribal council, or as Treaty 3, looking at fire suppression equipment to make sure that's all, to keep you all safe, right? And your families safe as well. This information that we also do in these Google Forms, that this translates into a spreadsheet as well. So this kind of breaks it down too, and I know you can't see this, but basically, like I said, when you have a no that comes up, that's an issue. So you can plug in a formula or an algorithm, and what that comes up with, the amount of no's you have, it basically tells you the problem, the homes with the most issues in the community, right? And so you as chief and council or as a housing committee can take a look at those individual houses and say, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna put them in something new? Are we gonna spend the money to refurbish or what have you? But again, this is just a planning tool for you as well. And we can break these down into reports for you too. It's really useful in terms of that planning component. And this, again, you can break down that entire report as well into subsections. This is around heating. And for this, we know, heating is a health and safety issue. And again, that kind of breaks it. You as a First Nation, you're going to want to prioritize your repairs or your maintenance as well. Health and safety would be probably number one. Heating is one of those health and safety issues. So out of this, there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses that are having a hard time with their furnace. And so immediately, chief and council, there'll be a corresponding name and a house number. And because of privacy issues, we haven't put that up there. But this is something that we would work with and I would share with the First Nation as to where those houses are. And hopefully we can do something about it, maybe find some funding and whatnot. So that's that. Beyond that, and I guess more of a kind of a value added piece of all this is that we can create a housing database based on this data. And we know that there's a few companies out there and that are charging $20,000, $30,000 for a housing database. And, with upgrades and data storage and all that sort of stuff, it's, it can get pretty expensive. Out of this initiative, we can do this. We can help you create this with your community members as well. It's free. Again, it's Google based. It's a cloud platform. So if you're going to Toronto, you're going to Ottawa to meet with government and saying this is what we need and this we need some help with, or you're going to developers or looking at folks to help you, mechanical, like fix your mechanical issues and whatnot. This is all at your fingertips. Again, this is we can set security on this so it doesn't get shared. It would stay within your community as well. User friendly, and it's free. It will be free forever for you. So if you're like, we can help you build this too. It's just a matter of going out with your phone. This is one unit that we took a picture of just to show you as an example. That's the unit. This is where it's located. The picture on the right is where it's located in the community. So a community map, you can go a little bit further too and do GPS on this. Further to that, it's the name of the tenant, number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms, who's in the house. And then we can look at the issues as well. We've also built another tool around repairs, repair requests as they come in. You can write them down. It would store in your housing database, and when those issues get addressed, it would come off, but then you could link this to each individual house so you can track how many repairs are being done per house. Again, helps you with management as well in terms of your individual. So yeah, this is something that we want to do for each if you like, and we're happy to do that for you as part of our service, I guess. So like I said, what we're hoping to do is go out and complete these assessments over the summer. Kelly and I have set the summer aside for you. It's probably going to take a little bit longer than that, but we'll make sure we get that out. I hope to again to be in each of your communities over the course of the summer as well. And like I said, there's some money that Gary and Drake were able to secure through ISK that we can work with your community members to show them how to do this and plug in the data. We'll look at doing some project management. I was talking to James Danielson there from BIMWSA last week, and he reminded me that we should be putting in proposals for through CMHC through skills and capacity development. So I think it might be a good idea if we do that on terms of each of the technical advisory services to help support this initiative as well. So we'll work on that. Beyond that, as we're doing these assessments, we'll also sit down with leadership, hopefully, if you got some time for us again, and you want to talk about next steps around expanding these technical and professional services, as well as, enterprises involved. We're looking at eavesdrops and whatnot. It wouldn't be too much to get a truck or two going around Treaty 3, just kind of repairing eavesdrops. And there's some jobs for some folks, and it's going to save you some money in the long term too. And one of the communities too, there's probably some ability to do some recycling as well around that. And we hear there's some money out there as well. So we can look at doing that regionally. We can do it looking at the entire treaty area. But yeah, that's basically it. We're probably going to have to do like a launch regionally, just to talk a little bit more about this and these assessments. And we can look at doing that with communities around Kenora, communities around Dryden, communities around Fort Francis, and then we'll start beginning scheduling around this. So again, appreciate your time, and I sure do like working with you and for you. So looking forward to this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryland. And we will look to holding a housing meeting, likely between January and March of 2023 to hopefully have a preliminary report for the leadership to consider. We also have, I guess, 6 resolutions to consider today. One is for the energy table with Ontario, renewing that relationship, establishing a prosperity table with Ontario. 2 resolutions, one for urban housing and homelessness, and then also one to address the Ontario funding for urban housing and homelessness. And then another one to address the issue of data governance and sovereignty. And then finally, establishing an advisory committee for the CJ property. So those are our resolutions. So if any of the chiefs would like to add to this presentation, certainly welcome at this point from the economic chiefs.
Thank you, Gary. Chief Henderson from Saging. I am the chair of the Economic Chiefs. Saging Donji. First of all, I want to thank all of the elders, the sacred items, the men, the women, children, for being here at this assembly. The economic chiefs, it's a big table. So as a chair, along with the chiefs, we're trying to make our Treaty 3 communities to have economic benefits, so we don't have to worry about going to the governments to ask for their handouts. It's all we're getting all the time. When we talk about housing, we talk about health and everything else like that. They're trying to minimize what they give us. So we have to try and develop economies within our own communities, so we don't have to rely on the governments anymore, because we are the governments of our communities. Every one of the 28 communities in Treaty 3 are sovereign. And all we're trying to do in using the 4-direction model is to make sure that all of those communities are involved. You have representation on the 4-directional model that we have developed, and that's what we're following. So as a chief that sits on the west side, and I'm the chair of the group, we're the ones that decide as to how we're going to go regarding the economics within our Treaty 3 territory. There is a lot of activity that's happening in our Treaty 3 territory, even in Manitoba, where I sit. There's lithium, there's a lot of good opportunities, and we definitely have to have these companies come to us to the table, come to each of our First Nations. And like what was said this morning, we have to be the ones to say, no, here's what we want, and here's what you get. I think that's what the stand has to be. I've done it in my territory in Manitoba. There's been mining operations that are going on. I have IBA agreements now with our community and with 2 mining companies. So that once they start to mine, right now they're in exploration, but once they start to mine, then that's when the money starts rolling out. So, we have to start asserting our rights to the land, as was always been taught about, because this Turtle Island is ours, and they are taking all the resources. And what are we getting? We're getting the crumbs, as we always say. We shouldn't have to be talking about housing if we got all of the money that we should be getting from the land. We can be building all of our own houses. We wouldn't have to go to CMHC. We wouldn't have to do this. But we're at there. I guess for us, we have to go then, because what other choice do we have, right? So we have to try and do things a little bit differently. So we're really asking the chiefs today, when we provide those resolutions on the floor, for your support, because it's going to help us grow our communities, our each individual communities, to become more prosper. We want to give our communities the best of everything, which is what we deserve. We want to have everything for our people, and we're not going to be here forever, as chiefs. There'll be somebody else that's going to take our place. but we want to leave something for the people there. And that's what is our goal, you know, as the economic chiefs table. We talked about the old residential school, you know, and we're asking for direction from the elders, you know, from each of the communities. You know, we had the 2-day session in the Treaty 3 territory, because it's the people that have to give us the direction, not as the chiefs. You know, we sit there and we listen, then you provide us the direction of what to do next with that property, whether it becomes an economic zone or becomes a historical site for residential school survivors. You tell us what you want, and that's what we're going to do as the chiefs around that table. There's a lot of issues with our people with health. You know, we have the same issues all across Turtle Island. The health services that our people get, the racism, the systemic racism that our people face when they go to the clinics, when they go to hospitals. We've got to stop that, because our people are becoming homeless because of that. They're getting sicker. Why is it 11 years, as what Grand Chief said? That was one of the things that we were talking about in Manitoba. The 11-year span, our people are dying 11 years earlier. Why is that? Because when they go to the hospitals, they have to sit, they wait, and then they leave. They say, Mano, I'm not going to get it anyway. So Mano, they leave, and then they get sicker and sicker and sicker. Then they come home and they pass into the spirit world. So we really have to look at that health table also. I know that in Manitoba here, I sat on that health table with the Southern Chiefs organization. You know, we're close to an AIP with the government. Because again, if we don't control it, we'll just take whatever they give us, right? So we need to really assert that. So that's just a couple of my comments as the chair of the economic chiefs. I want to thank our staff, our chiefs that come to those meetings, because it's important decisions that are being made. And I want to thank all of the chiefs that are there, all of the representatives from the groups that give us the direction, and of course the staff at the Treaty 3 that help us along this journey. Miigwech.
Okay, we'll take any questions now. He said no.
I have to. Just kidding. I told Gary, I said I won't, but no, just a couple things. It is really good to be reminded of you know, how we're moving forward. And I do want to caution, because there's going to be another resolution from the environmental chiefs that kind of protects, and I don't want to, probably not the right word, and eventually we'll find the right word about protecting intellectual property, right, from that. And it's going to fall hand in hand going down the road. And when we were talking about this, it also brought up, obviously, like sovereignty, and these documents lead to, you know, it's our data, it's us, it's who we are, and we decide who we share this information with, right? But it also comes down to the autonomy of the communities. But it also falls hand in hand with when we're talking about business, wealth creation, you know, we got to kind of move at their speed as well in order to take advantage. But we can never forget, guys, that our laws need to be built in fundamentally in anything, any agreement, anything moving forward, where our laws are acknowledged, respected, and followed through, or else, right? Or we just don't. And I just say that because I know that we're moving with the fiber optics piece, right? So we're dealing with a proponent that just wants to move and get it done and kind of overshadow, you know, kind of what we need to have built in, which is MAI, right? Because we're not only dealing with business, but we're dealing with land, we're dealing with, you know, might be crossing over water. We need to make sure that they are built, they know, they just know how we function, and that supersedes anything and everything, and they have to respect that. So I know that we need to do things in parallel, But I just got to be mindful because the business always just isn't always first and foremost. It's those laws and protecting that sovereignty, but in also thinking that when we're in and around the areas scooping up all these other properties and things like that, I think we got to be forward thinking and just saying, okay, we've scooped this up now. Now it's going to become and I hate to say that, urban reserve. We'll come up with our own term, but every property that we come up and scoop up should be the goal, right? And then we can, who knows what else we can do with that, right? And a lot of us are on that way. And I think that's the mindset that we need to take. And I agree with Chief Henderson and being taking that progressive approach. And because a lot of what's coming into the territory is going to be massive. I know that over the next few years for a lot of us. And I mean, there's muscle, right? There's muscle. And I look at our elders and our youth, that's our muscle, right? And chiefs sitting around here, that's the muscle. So just be mindful. That's all I'm saying. Even if it takes a little while for them to acknowledge, getting our laws written in an MOU or an agreement fundamentally, it's good to get it right first. And then everything else just takes on. I've learned my lesson many times. So I don't want to go back and get another lesson.
Be good, Chief. Oh yeah, we need your 25 grand. Good. Any more questions?
I just want to make a comment on the fiber optic. We had the same situation, and I know I keep speaking about what happens in Manitoba, but in Manitoba here also, we had the same problem. We had all these people coming in, we'll put fiber optic, 10 years later, nothing yet, right? So Saugeen decided, I can't wait for people to give me fiber optic. It's cost me $3 million, it's going to cost around $3 million to bring in a fiber optic line from Selkirk to Saugeen, and they've almost completed the line now. So I'll become the ISP provider in Saugeen, which will provide lots of jobs, lots of opportunity for our people. And that's what we have to build on, right? We are the ones that have to do this. Then we have the technicians in our community. We're training our people so they can look after the fiber optic. They can look after the TVs. They can look after the telephones. So we'll be charging our people in the surrounding communities. It's a business for our community. It's going to be massive for our community. We have 850 homes in Saugeen, 100,000 cottagers around the area. They don't want XploreNet anymore because XploreNet whines and whines and whines, right? So they can buy the internet off us, the fiber optic off us. So it becomes a business and employment opportunities, economics for our people and for the district. That's how we have to look at it. Not get the guy to come put the line in and then leave us and then we're high and dry again. We've got to have capacity within our communities. So that's the vision, right? We have to have that kind of vision, because we can't wait for people to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves because we'll wait forever. We've been here for how many thousands of years already? We're still waiting, right? We're still being left behind. So we have to do it ourselves. Miigwech.
Don't see any other questions there, Gary. Miigwech.
So with respect to your comments, thank you first of all for your comments. No, we also submitted a proposal to Ontario, and really we were looking at a number of different things. One was data sovereignty, but also, looking at our distribution system. And then also one of the issues was the digitization of Treaty 3. And what does that mean? Because over the last 2 years, if you look at what's transpired, a lot of the work that we're undertaking has a lot to do with social media, with these various platforms that are available to our population today. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to have a conversation with Treaty 3 and communities to hire a coordinator to discuss digitization and the impacts. And one of those could be, that discussion around language. So we do need to have a discussion because, in just doing business, in health, in the last 2 years, we've seen the what do you call it, your virus or your signature, the vaccines, right? And it was available through a QR code, right? And so now, and that's really transitioning and changing the way we do business. So with that, we need to consider and have a conversation around that. And a lot of these things are new technology. So we have to be aware and transition in order to protect, those treaty rights that we said we were going to do, but have that conversation around all these different applications and maybe hire an application developer and then start to have that conversation. So we submitted a proposal for $1.6 million, and we are waiting to hear from the Sean Baptiste with respect to the latest budget. So he said, we really like your proposal, and so we want to have that conversation. So Miguel.
Corner.
And it's a messy process. Somebody's getting half. Start us as Anishinaabe. We should be getting a share right from the start. Because they can go years of exploration and development, and we don't get a cent. How do we just making money off? We should get our share right from the start. Thank you for that comment. Hello? Okay. Hello? Okay. Thank you for that. And we'll make note of that. And I know that's one of the things in our territory, the harvesters, the moose harvesters, anybody that does anything, the pulp cutters in our territories, they're all concerned about anything that happens in our territories. So that's one thing that we're looking at. How can we make sure that the environment is protected and the land is protected and all the people that work on the land is protected? So that's something that's happening. And that's why with the agreements with the miners, it's only exploration at this time. I know there's a big lithium deposit in our territory, and lithium is batteries, electric cars, and there's a big company from China that's part of this process. But until our people are satisfied with how we're going to proceed forward, There's not going to be no agreement. It's only an exploration agreement right now. And then once they start doing further work, then I'll have to come to the community and decide if that's what we want. If they don't, if our community says no, then it's no. So that's part of the whole process. Miigwech.
All right, Leslie forgot to mention the rules that were set up to ask your chief to allow you permission to speak before you. Yeah. Oh, okay. Miigwech for raising your concern, Leslie. Don't let it happen again. Go ahead, Chair. Are we done with the economic development chiefs, Miigwech?
Thank you.
Comment? Okay, just a reminder, we do have special guests that do have flights. Right now, Derek Fox has to leave before 3. And I know we've invited other dignitaries to, so we're trying to balance opening areas for them to make sure they speak. So Mr. Pettigwan, go ahead.
Oh, I had a comment on what Les Cameron brought up. I was going to bring it up on treaty and Aboriginal rights research that's coming up in the future. And I am concerned about of what's happening, because I have 2 trap lines myself, and in a sense, they've taken away our livelihood, and it's kind of like the loss of use of the land, because it doesn't really mean anything when the animals don't find any place to live, because all the trees are cut down and all the moose have moved away, and it's just something that that shouldn't be happening, that we have a right to say something, but we're not being heard. So yeah, I was going to bring this up when it comes to this part here, but I guess we won't let it happen again.
Oh, Miigwech Wabaskang. All right, I don't see any other questions for economic development. Miigwech Gary, we're going to backtrack and ask Chief Howard Cabestra to present on education. He reminded us during the lunch break that we overlooked him. So Chief Howard Cabestra, education. Followed by Chris Geed for culture. Oh, both the 2 big chiefs. All right, and Arthur will provide the technical support for the 2 chiefs.
Miigwech, Howard Cabestra, Chief Nut Kumegwaning. Miigwech kinawit in the Magibijag, Yega Teganegabiat. Again, Kanekiata, 3 month, Kishtuate, 3 meaning chiefs. Chibate Nakamegzil, a Kishtuata. Miigwech. You want me to read? Okay, hold it first time.
Bonjour. Beba matigo big tigo gino shen dotem. Chi maganing nendonji. Anishinaabe Kwendao. My English name is Sherry Cabate. I am the education director. So I'll read the update for education. So Treaty 3, we have education committee meetings and social sustainability chiefs meetings. They'll be continue to be held as needed. Community visits will resume in the coming year. We work with Indigenous Services Canada, and they provide us core funding. It's currently utilized towards education unit salaries, cultural protocols, governance, supports of meetings, travel, etc. And the funding for 22-23 will be determined shortly. We've had 4 education committee meetings since the fall assembly. We continue to work with KPDSB and KCDSB Indigenous Education Committee meetings. One potential issue with this funding is that it's currently under review through the Ontario Technical Interim Funding Agreement process. And ISC is going to be sharing an updated K-12 funding and provincial comparability guide explaining how grants are adapted for First Nation schools. So the 2022-23 funding protection is confirmed for this year, and future funding impacts are yet to be determined. We also are funded for the Education Partnership Project. We call it EPP. We did have 2021-22 funding distributed in January of this year. The partners in this project are Grand Council Treaty 3, AKRC, BIMOSE, and 7 Generations Education Institute. These are the EPP leads. And we work with the First Nation communities, 18 of which have signed on to the Memorandum of Understanding. So the project will continue with joint action work plan implementation. Activities in this project focus on life skills, early years, parent and family supports, professional development, resource development, transition supports, traditional knowledge, youth and elder linkages, special education, new teacher orientation, and education gatherings. So year 1 and 2 funds have been distributed to EPP leads, and ISC is being flexible about activities being carried out in year 1 and 2 due to the pandemic impacts on carrying out activities. Another program that's funded is the Regional Education Agreement. MNP was contracted to coordinate information sessions, development of a REA framework agreement, and development of a funding formula. MNP has provided information sessions and assessment of education landscape of Treaty 3. Further development of planning and strategizing is needed for REA funds. A collective approach is recommended to infuse activities towards the education law. We also had some funds for post-secondary student support program and engagement. So funds were provided for recommendations towards an Ontario regional model for Chiefs of Ontario. Surveys, interviews, and virtual focus groups were being conducted with post-secondary students, education stakeholders, leadership, and community members. We also had received some funds for research and innovation, and business information and development company was contracted to assess the current IT infrastructure, e-learning capacity, and equipment in Treaty 3 communities. Information will be used towards development of capacity planning and a training plan to improve e-learning supports and increase IT technical supports. We are also funded for the First Nations and Inuit Youth Employment Strategy. 7 summer students were hired last summer. We had 3 mentored student placements happen this past year. A virtual career fair was held March 21st and 22nd with 32 participants and 14 presenters on arts, creative arts, traditional knowledge, and land-based careers. And we had 10 video submissions for a virtual science fair. Education also attends ISC update meetings and panel reviews for high-cost special education and regional education agreements. The other funding source that we work with is the Ontario Ministry of Education. And they were able to provide First Nation communities supports for mental health last year. Areas focus on professional mental health supports and services, supplies and equipment, essential technology, community elders and land learning, teaching and learning supports. And we were also confirmed for additional funds for 22-23, and these will be distributed shortly. Education partnership project is also funded through the Ministry of Ed. And they had, those funds were distributed in February 2022, and they're to be expended by August. And they continue also with the joint action plan activities. First Nations Lifelong Learning Table is also funded through the Ministry of Ed. Multi-year funding was secured for 3 years for this program. This program focuses on the areas of school board relationships, policy, curriculum, language, and culture. Activities this year are going to be focused on Treaty 3 curriculum development, cultural land-based video resource development, and Anishinaabe language resource development. Education is also involved in different committees, the Northern Task Team updates, reciprocal education approach, curriculum revision activities for social studies, science and technology, and whatever is requested from the ministry. So we also work with Chiefs of Ontario, attend meetings there on post-secondary student engagement, Ontario technical team on interim funding formula approach, we call it OTIFA, First Nations education, First Nations lifelong learning, and early years. We are also involved with the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare, IELCC. So this coordination happens with Shunya Wabidung on funds for Treaty 3 childcare centers. We've done funding allocation meetings, et cetera. 2021-22 funds for Treaty 3 were 3.2 million, which includes governance planning for 24 communities and COVID-19 relief. 2021-22 funds of 1.3 million. Funds were approved to carry over each year due to funding distribution delays due to a consensus issue about Ontario funding distribution. Shunya Wabidung proposes future plans for an organizational review and labor market research. All right, so some highlights. There was a youth and elder traditional knowledge gathering held March 26, 27. We had 90+ participants providing feedback on components of traditional knowledge in a holistic education model. Elders and youth both want more language learning, land-based learning, cultural-based knowledge with learning from elders, community-based, student-centered, and holistic. Another highlight is post-secondary education research has been done, as mentioned earlier, with post-secondary students, current and past, graduates, education stakeholders, tribal organizations, and community members. And we've had 275 survey interviews have been conducted, 30+ education stakeholder surveys and interviews, and 10+ focus groups have been held. So many recommendations are being brought forward, such as a need for affordable residence options in local regional areas for students, the necessity of close supports for students attending post-secondary when dealing with academic, personal, financial issues and emergencies. So a lot of great feedback has been coming out of that, and a report will be rolled up shortly. We've also been able to have 2 education strategic planning sessions in December and March. This was towards education visioning and pathway towards a Treaty 3 education law. We had 30 to 45 participants at each session. The gathering of technicians and leadership ensured dialogue was held, shared visions formed, perspectives shared, and engagement happened. Funding will need to be secured for further development of First Nation communities' perspectives into an education law and system for Treaty 3. Miigwech.
Miigwech, is there any questions for education?
Bonjour. Eric, am I allowed to ask a question?
My advisor, Don, is not here, but since you're from the council, Women's Council,
Okay, miigwech. Bonjour. Optic Nimiki Benesi Nishnakas, the man don't damn magical Made. My English alias is Mona Gordon. I sit in the represent the northern direction of the Women's Council. I just want to acknowledge that since my involvement with the Women's Council, I haven't heard about the education law and I'm just kind of curious if the chiefs are going to be tabling this for approval because of the much needed work that needs to be done in terms of bringing our sacred institution to the forefront of our self-governing model under our own laws. I have much respect for the Western academia education system, but due to the number of issues that our communities are faced with, one of my ongoing recommendations is that we continue to look at developing our own education laws and our own education models that are designed and rooted in the Anishinaabe ancestral laws and customs, practices, and protocols, and that we bring these ancestral laws into the classrooms of our children, and that we assert our inherent rights to ensure that this is our children's first education, and that we're capable of governing ourselves and educating our own people, and perhaps looking at capacity building, identifying people within our own nation that have their PhDs in education or masters in education that are quite competent and capable of developing train-the-trainer models that could possibly be used and rolled out to assist our frontline workers and service workers in the community. Because sometimes when our communities are in crisis, we don't have time to wait for our people to go out and get educated and return to the community. But yeah, so those are just few of the recommendations that I would like to make to our education team, and I would recommendations I'd make to the chiefs. And just looking at developing our own train-the-trainer models and governing ourselves in education. The other thing that I'd like to speak to as far as education is concerned is we have a lot of spiritual advisors. We have a lot of spiritual advisors, spiritual chiefs, spiritual healers, traditional healers. And I would really like for us as a nation to look at a possible framework that acknowledges and recognizes these people to, I mean, we don't always need a PhD or master's or whatever, because in my opinion, when you're fifth degree, well, you have your PhD as far as I'm concerned when it comes to, the healing work of our nation. Just in that sense, I'm sure most of you understand where I'm coming from. And I really think that we have a lot of elders with these gifts and abilities that deserve that kind of recognition too. Not that we need to, we need anybody's recognition, but, so that the Western world and Umchagoji, they have they know, they respect our people in that same capacity. Miigwech.
For the comments that were made. I just wanted to respond to what you've raised. Those are important things, and is some of the things that actually came out from some of our research we've done already. The education law is in development stages, so it hasn't been formed. It hasn't been. There's a lot more work that has to be done with it, and definitely inclusion of community and all of our people, in what an education system can look like for us. I think we all have our own experiences with education, positive and negative, and I think what I've heard anyway from the feedback we received from education directors, leadership, and what we're learning from the communities is the importance of the traditional knowledge, our Anishinaabe ways, culture, language, practices, ceremony, spirituality. These are all of the different components that have been identified and talked about, and I think those important conversations still need to be held. And, also like getting our cultural and spiritual guidance in what our vision of education is for our children. We're at a point in time right now where we can really reclaim who it is that we are through our education system, and we still want to be able to ensure that our children, and our future generations will be able to have the knowledge and skills they need to survive in any part of society. So, miigwech to those comments.
Hi, sorry, miigwech for that. I just have one more thing that I need to mention before I forget is in terms of curriculum development, it's another recommendation for traditional parenting that the Treaty 3 education team looks at developing a traditional parenting model because to my knowledge, there isn't one that exists. And my concern is that we have a lot of families with children in care. And one of the requirements that a lot of these families, these agencies are putting on our parents, young parents, is that they complete a parenting program of some sort. And so I would strongly support, our education team looking at bringing on more curriculum developers to develop a traditional parenting program so our children can be returned to their parents' care a lot sooner than later. Miigwech.
All right, miigwech for those comments and feedback. Is there any other questions or comments?
Oh, Chief Howard Cabestra, Cabin Agigo.
Migo with what more than equal me and the kia. Come to go with what
No, I don't see any other questions or hands being raised. So miigwech, Chief.
Yeah, miigwech.
For education. Yeah, apparently somebody snitched on me and said Eric overlooked you, and tell him don't let that happen again. That's why we had to bring Howard back from the social file. All right, our next presenters are the cultural chiefs. We have Chief Skeed and Chief Bull, and we'll have Arthur provide the technical support, and I would also like to ask Derek Fox and Ogitsta to be on standby after the presentation. How we would.
Bonjour.
Wafshke making it in to go. Could you need in dotum? Was just going to Mendunji. Kichimi Gwitch, Bakanan, Oman, Gum, Oguchate, Oguchata, Equa Wook, Gimishimisanan, Nukamisanan, Migone Kiwayon, Kamate Kekoet, Gigadonim, Inanim, Chagushi Mawin. Good afternoon. I just want to acknowledge your clans, your Anishinaabe names of who you're identified by the spirits, as well as your communities, as well as our host, Chief Derek Henderson. It's good to see all our beautiful Anishinaabe here over the past, I guess, day 2, day 3 for some. I also want to thank, obviously, our Gichita, the staff of Treaty 3 that pulled this work together, do a lot of the background work to do all the logistics to bring us all together. I know it's been a couple of years that we got together, and I know our committees got together on Monday, and I had an opportunity and a privilege to sit with our the justice staff, Arthur and company. It was very good to put faces to some names. So I'm going to do a turn page here in regards to the presentation that I'm going to do. And I know my esteemed colleague here, Chief Clifford, will do the second component. So Kakake we Masaya, Justice Services. The purpose is to develop culturally appropriate justice processes in Treaty 3 that meet individual and collective community needs. And I know if there's any questions in regards to, the technical part of things, Art will be on hand. I believe Larry Morrison as part of TAR, and for the IRS will be Dolores Kelly. So Treaty 3 communities justice initiatives fall under the guidance of the cultural chiefs because of the traditional significance of the traditional sacred law governing the nation of Treaty 3 territory. And there is 6 cultural chiefs. There's the chair is Chief Lynn Indian. The co-chair is Chief Jeff Kopanas. Of course, Chief Clifford Bull, Chief Andrea Camp, myself, as well as Chief Ed Machimity. I have yet to meet him. I'm not sure if anybody else has, but if you see him, say hello. The vision is a Treaty 3 nationwide strategy that will reduce the number of our people involved in the criminal justice system, help restore safety, accountability, and care within communities, and address the root causes of crime and social ills such as drugs and alcohol. Increase our involvement in the decision-making processes as it impacts our people. Justice initiatives. With Treaty 3 8 community and town offices, community elders and traditional teachers, community justice program, restorative pre and post-charge diversion, youth reintegration workers, GLADU writers, GLADU aftercare workers, justice projects coordinator, bail supervision and verification and aftercare initiative, Indigenous support network initiative, in brackets, victim services, youth intervention worker, the community justice coordinator, summer student mentoring support. Students that are taking policing and justice programs in college in the summer workers. This year, we're hoping to student and the Boywin program with the recommendations of the Lakabachi or Lakabuchi report. Grand Council Treaty 3 has a law student intern with us over the last 4 years and again this year. The portfolio tripartite committee on the prosecution of First Nation laws. Meeting held with COO July 21st to set protocols for the committee to work with the courts in Ontario for the prosecution of First Nation laws in Ontario. Meetings were held with justice technicians to develop guidelines to bring forward to leadership. At the meetings, the terms of reference were discussed, but more importantly, the direction of the committee and the major concerns that participants recognized throughout Ontario, and to take the first steps to work together for resolution. Discussions and work plan development on minimum standards and principles for consultation and engagement and duty to consult have also been discussed and reviewed by the technical group and will be presented to leadership when the review is completed. The Court Release Committee. We're also working with court services and non-legal on a pilot project to bring back advanced court days to review the dockets before court days to enhance alternative measures. This project will be taking place in Lac Seul and Casablanca, but was delayed because of COVID. Bail court for the District of Kenora, which includes Sioux Lookout, Dryden, Lac Seul, and Fort Francis courts, will now be held every day. This will cut down the number of community members held in the Kenora jail. Bail court for the new Kenora district has begun, and we have found that there are a few things that have to be worked out. For our bail staff, there's been a rise in supervision, which is good. More community members are going home and not in remand at the jail. But court services has to move their papers more efficiently so that our staff are not driving members home after hours. The Northwest Division at the Ministry of the Attorney General, Grand Council Treaty 3, Justice, Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services, the Ontario Provincial Police will be restorative justice principles in the Northwest and process for pre-charge referrals. The program has generated referrals and intakes for pre-post with training provided to OPP and Treaty 3 police members. Protocols and procedures discussed at the conference were sent to be finalized. We need to have Treaty 3 police refer offenders directly to our diversion programs and not to a central hub as requested. Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act 2019, Bill 68. Presentation to be held at the Chiefs Assembly in October by Treaty 3 Police Services regarding their opting in to the new Police Services Act. To have Treaty 3 Police becoming an essential service as OPP in Ontario. Engagement sessions on the new federal legislation on the enhancement of First Nations policing becoming an essential service. The engagement sessions that were held with the federal government to this point on the policing legislation is far behind that of the provinces and was disappointing at where and how far behind the federal government is. The LOA Indigenous Advisory to the LAO Board of Directors Committee. With the passing of the new Legal Aid Services Act in 2020, meetings are being held to review sections of the Act regarding rules and regulation by the LAO Advisory Committee to the Board of Directors, of which Grand Council Treaty 3 Justice is a sitting member. The next meeting in person is to be held in June sometime. The OPP Indigenous Advisory Circle. Meetings of the advisory circle were to discuss best practices and protocols for the advisory circle. Meetings were held in July. Discussion included scheduling, OPP involvement, and strategic plan for the MMIWG task force and new communication form for victims of investigation. Next meeting to be held June 1st to the 3rd to review overall the OPP strategic plan. The Restorative Justice Center. Meetings continue on the development of the Kenora Justice Center with Grand Council Treaty 3, KCA, NAN, and MAG. In addition to meetings are to be held through July with all the stakeholders, including courts, mental health, NICHI, police services, and the KDSB, to name a few. The new justice initiatives. The Alternative Dispute Resolution Program. The new program is working with community members who are having difficulties holding their families together. Assistance is given in resolution task method to keep families together for the sake of the children and family unit. Funding is provided by Justice Canada. Community Corrections Program. Developing a program with the Solicitor General's office to have 3 community corrections workers working with adults with probations and parole to have their reintegration process for community members coming out of time served in correction facilities. And I've been in contact with the law. The Gladue Research and Education for schools, community, courts, and police. Miigwech, that was developed by Arthur Hamanek, our Justice Director. And I guess in closing, I know Chief Clifford Bold is going to step in soon. I just want to acknowledge Chief Arnold Gardner's community, Migizi Saigon. I was speaking with young Sheldon there the other day, and I know they're going to be traveling to the west through the plains to go participate in the Fred Saskamoose tournament. I know they did very well last year. I believe they were runners up. And in a tournament of that caliber, and to me, our kind of theme is reviewing our relationships and alliances. And it's opportunities like this that do exactly that. I know part of our healing is obviously we rely a lot on our Anishinaabe wind, our culture, our language, our songs, our names, our communities, our people. But I know when it comes to the sport and recreation, that is another form of healing that I can see and feel. And just very glad to, I want to wish them luck, safe travels, of course. And I know Wapsamoon is also going to be, has a team going as well. And so we do have some representatives from Treaty 3 heading to that territory in the next day or so. So I want to wish them luck, of course. Definitely be following. I know it's two of our great communities of the 28 communities that we serve. And I'm very glad to, I just want to take time to acknowledge and make mention of that. Kachimi Gwich, Mr. Goya, was in the way.
Was there any questions regarding the justice presentation?
Good afternoon. Inuit Opshi Dodam, show like number 40, Dunji. Just quickly specific to the interpretive services offered currently in the courthouse. Our elder is requesting 2 minutes to speak. Richard Green, who has a vast amount of years of experience working in the courts. So if he can be allotted 2 to 5 minutes of time for question. Richard Green, we got 2 minutes.
You're using 2 minutes to find a microphone there, Richard.
Sure. Oh my God. Kanon dito sin naman tiba ko na kami kung what kanin ko si bigates non mga sa akin yung kitab mi tumin ang kanot magewin ma court mego OP Attorney General. I'm a certified Ojibwe interpreter for the courts in Ontario. Mi maga jimi go on a certification. This good thing is this paper kan gaun jing kan gitin ni min post kay ganyan sabi mo Chief Glenn Hare magagigagigitut pakanin no good thing does not gigo gi go and kanot mo go ti unjit Ontario unjit you can't get money pakanin no mag Lots of laughter in that corner. I know that. But anyway, Hare is going to take that back to Ontario, to the Attorney General's office at some point, but from here, I think Treaty 3 can manage interpretive services. I'm suggesting that we manage that, so we can have a handle on what we need to do. And I think each community can have a certified interpreter. Because in goting ipakang kita namin, boske lak la korge ipakan neok. Skege ma enge biski kukaming. That's all our catchment area for this region. There's a fine line of OG Cree in our territory. Once we get into Sulakaut, pakan guminani nueok, which you boy kumagwek mina OG Cree, but I can't do OG Cree interpretation. I'm not certified to do that. What's the kemi natin na kit nung the tekoch mianya maskiko ke miske farther north again to the Cree, Dene, and the Inuit, and then the Russians, over there. But then, Mio ganon dito sin taman. Ispin na nalaga tuwing tamang away, get you choose doing away, kainwing. Because I think we talked about language and our culture. One time a judge asked me, he says, "Are you confident you speak Ojibwe?" And yes, you know, I'm confident. I spoke in English. I'm confident for the intents and purposes of the court, but that's only 1% of the language that I know. There's different sectors, and there's this sacred stuff. That's a different language altogether. There's an economic language. There's all that stuff. To build on that, kakakwet kami gucci pe an gaining gotingi ai kis nagi guan gego Anishinaabe mon obone out just to recruit any interpreters. Man join Jesus say my town to say recruitment and certification from here from 3 me ega non dega amigachi.
Chief Kubanis.
Just one quick acknowledgement. I don't know when it was, but last year, and I think she deserves some acknowledgement, is we were successful in getting one of our own very beautiful, brilliant, smart young ladies in that system, in the court system. She's now our JP. So I want to just acknowledge Daphne Armstrong, who's from Wapsimung, and she's going through that whole process. So getting her in there and making that change is, and you know, and getting that way of our ways into that system, I think really needs to be acknowledged, and we're so proud of her. Right, so she's our JP in the area. She's beautiful.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. Daphne is doing a great job and making a real difference within our court system, along with Justice Gibson and his direction. So it's been pretty good. Gretch.
Chief Windigo.
Oh, Muju. I'd just like to, well, I guess start off by saying thank you to all of your technical staff and the chiefs there for all of the work there that they do. And when it comes to justice, you know, that was quite the presentation from what I was seeing. And it's nice to see all the progress there that we've been making. To me, I've been seeing huge strides when it comes to dealing with those kinds of things and helping out the people that really need it. And nice having all of these satellite offices, making it more convenient for the communities other than just being located here in or located in Kenora. You know, I appreciate having it, the services down in Fort Francis. And I know at some point I would actually like to see one right in my community because it does bring a lot of different dynamics. There's a lot of different situations there that we have to deal with. And at times I have to reach out, and it would be nice to have that someday, that capacity right in our administration building that we could see. But I just wanted to start with that. And one of the other things there that I wanted to maybe make note of for the committee to look at. And so it has a little bit of well, it has some of our treaty rights attached to it. I know down in the southern area, we hold a seat on the district school board that's held by a chief, and that's always it rotates every 4 years. And just like all of the municipal elections that happen every 4 years. And I was just thinking that when I was watching the PowerPoint presentation and when Chief Skeed was going through the huge list of things, you know, and I think that maybe we should start lobbying to have a dedicated board seat at the police OPP level. It would be nice to actually have a voice right there at that table, because I know in the past I've had run-ins with the MNR and the OPP just when I was out and about hunting, because they don't understand treaties. The officer didn't even want to have a talk about it. It wasn't until the MNR stepped in. And I was just basically telling them, well, just charge me. I said, I got things to do. I want to be on my way. So I took it a little further. I went to go visit the chief of police. And what he did is he handed me his business card, put his cell number on the back. He said, call me if you continue to get harassed. I said, that's not why I'm here. I said, obviously your officers don't know who we are and what our rights are. And this is something that they need to know and learn, because they don't get that education. And for me, like, that's where I would like to start, because when I was trying to have that mandate for our PTO to take on and start lobbying for that on like Kenora, Fort Francis, wherever it is that we have jurisdiction. Oh, migoch.
Yeah, actually, Chief, one of the things that what I had mentioned in the presentation was the work we've been doing with Chiefs of Ontario regarding the enforcement and prosecution of our laws within the communities, and we're bringing that forward to both OPP and MNR, so they have a better understanding of what our laws are. And we've actually done a couple justice circles with MNR regarding their law, but not prosecuting within their court system, but within diversion, a restorative justice practice. So some of that stuff is starting to be implemented, but you know, it's started anyway.
Yeah. So I don't know if that would be something that we would have to create a resolution to work towards that and start having these conversations with those two separate police boards, or however the structure is done. It's just because my thing is, they don't even know that they deal with treaty people out there, and that the 55,000 square miles is ours. They think they have jurisdiction over that. And that's that lack of education, and we haven't been talking about it. And we need to start talking about it.
Yeah, I agree. Is there any more questions?
Hi, bonjour. Hi, Arthur. It's Mona Gordon from the Women's Council. I just want to make another suggestions to the chiefs and to yourself and your team. And my recommendation, I don't know, maybe you guys may already be doing this, but also looking at developing or selecting a task force to start looking at paroles. Instead of having the Parole Board of Canada determining whether our people are pardoned or not. I do believe that this is a very important part of that self-governance in terms of justice. Miigwech.
I think one of the new programs that we're developing right now is to work with corrections, to have a community of workers within communities. Right now, we're looking at regional. So we'll have three workers working with probations and parole, taking care of Treaty 3 territory. So it's going to be, once the election is over, our transfer payment agreement is going to be coming through, and we'll be able to hire those people.
So we'd be able to operate in that capacity with a task force or a grandfather, grandmother council to work in pardoning our own people within our own territory?
Working towards that, yes.
Okay, miigwech.
Arthur? Arthur, this is Priscilla Samard. I'm aware that the OPP and the Treaty 3 police have been receiving Indigenous training. However, I think that training needs to be relevant to the people that they are working for or in contact with. Treaty 3 police, for example, brought in modules developed from Alberta based on Cree curriculum. And our officers have to take that training. Isn't it best to have training that is relevant to our own culture? And I recommend that's reviewed, both that any training of officers in our territory should be relevant to what we Anishinaabe culture. Jimigwich.
Yeah, I agree totally, Priscilla. It's something that we had brought up with Police Chief Lou and also with the OPP. Right now, we do training regarding our programs, our restorative justice circles, and that with both Treaty 3 and OPP, so they understand the way we like doing our circles with the content of our elders. So, but yes, I agree. It's got to be more from our community. Same thing with within the jail, when we're trying to get when people are asking for elders for advice, to bring in elders from their communities to talk to the inmates.
Yeah, before we continue the discussion, I know Chief Derek Fox had to leave by 3, and I sort of wanted to ask both the economic chiefs, I guess, and Derek. I want the balance of time. I apologize to both, but I want to make sure that we do also acknowledge our neighbor to the north, Anishinaabe Aski Nation Grand Chief. Wichita Nendaman. Oh, if we can pause, how miigwech Clifford? If I could ask Grand Chief Derek Fox to address the assembly. How miigwech?
I was looking at my colleagues there because I don't got to fly out. I think they do. I'm not sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Derek Fox. I've been taking this all in, listening, getting educated on your work that you're doing. A lot of talk about our young people, treaty, jurisdiction, our rights, many, many things. But before I start, I just wanted to acknowledge for the drums. I want to acknowledge the elders for the prayers. I want to acknowledge our chiefs in assembly, the nation in the back in assembly, the many, many people who are here to support not just our leadership, but our people back home, our young people, our elders, our community members. For those who don't know, I share this often. I'm from, I always say 50% of me is from Treaty 3. I say I'm Oji Cree and my dad's Cree. And my mother was from Shoal Lake 40. Which makes Chief Red Sky there, my cousin. And she passed away about 4 years ago. She, a diabetic, residential school survivor, you know, just that raised in that trauma of residential school. And I know that's one of the topics that we will share and talk about and work with each other on. But we were, I talk about that because it was Grand Chief Kavanaugh that called me. He was one of the first people that called me. She passed away on a Friday night. He called me Saturday morning just to say condolences. And you don't forget those things. You don't forget when people call you to express support. And I'm sharing that because after that time, just learning from him and Grand Chief Fiddler, I was a deputy Grand Chief at the time. I took it upon myself to ensure I was there for our people as much as I could. I take it upon myself to ensure when a chief loses someone that I call them. I don't always get on the phone to those who have lost people, but I try. When I hear, but I ensure that our staff know that when we lose people that I'm there for them as much as I could be. And trauma, we talked about that. We shared that. That's one of the things that came out of our assembly last week. For those who don't know, we met for 3 days last week. Our first in-person assembly in 2 years. We had roughly 35 chiefs show up in person. There's a lot of talk about COVID, the trauma that is going to come from COVID, the long COVID, the mental health, the struggles of our young people not being able to go to school, the suicides that occurred during that time, the loss from COVID that occurred during that time. We endured loss due to COVID. So that was one of the top things, one of the top agenda items that came from that assembly. So those are some of the things that we need to address. And I think we need to address as nations. Renewing our relationships and alliances. I think that's so powerful. Neighbors to the north, we call you our neighbors. Some of our people call you the real Ojibways. They say their dialect is so powerful in Pekanjigam, Poplar Hill, those areas. So there's a partnership there. Powerful, powerful partnership. Some will call us the North. And I think we need to utilize that. We need to ensure that when it comes to jurisdiction and treaty, that we are working together. I heard stories about the MNR. Chief Windigo. Similar in the North. No care whatsoever for our treaty. No care to learn about it. And I'm not going to even say, I say that with all due respect, because they just don't. The officers that we've run into, same thing. It often seems that there's no care for the people that live in our territory. You hear about the Ring of Fire? You know, there's talk about the Ontario leadership wanting to go in there and, you know, ride their bulldozer in, develop the chromite. I think it's the world's largest deposit of chromite. There's only one thing stopping them, is the people that live there 365 days a year. The people that hunt there, that fish there. And their ancestors who've lived there for thousands and thousands of years. Of which sometimes they don't want to believe that. That our people have lived on these lands for thousands of years. And they do need to respect that. And they will respect that. And we will do that together. I listened to our young people back there. 95%, I'm upping the numbers every year, but I'd say 90 to 95% of our nation in NAN, you know, we have roughly, you know, we have 49 First Nations, 7 or 8 tribal councils. Our numbers are roughly around 50,000 people, 2/3 of Ontario. You know, the Manitoba border, Hudson Bay Coast, James Bay Coast, 32 non-road access, and about 50,000 people living on and off NAN. They say about 95% of those people are young people under the age of 18. That is a vast number of young people. So in NAN, we take it upon ourselves to ensure that our young people are led by, I have my executive members here, who I'm going to call up shortly, to keep our speech at 2 minutes. I said I would speak for 2 minutes, but I know that I have a lot to say. I can go on, and I could be here for hours, but I'll try to cut it off here. And I just want to say that back to our young people. At NAN, we have this vision of decolonizing, right? And we have this vision of getting back to the way our ancestors would have wanted us to live. You know, they took from us the language. You know, I'm speaking to you in English because I lost my language when I was in grade 1. And for me, that's a very traumatic event too. You know, having lived with my parents who were such powerful speakers, they still are. That was taken from us as kids, as young families. And I wasn't even an attendee of a residential school. My father went to Shingwak. My mother, Cecilia Jeffrey. But that cycle of passing it on to the next generation, that thinking that the language wasn't going to do us any good, that was instilled in our parents. That was truly instilled in our parents. So when we moved to Thunder Bay, that language was taken from my siblings and I. You know, most of us will understand it. Most of us in my generation will understand that language, but they will not speak it. The younger generation, a lot of them do not understand it. And I've heard a lot of it here today, right? And I think about our young people who are listening. Can they understand what Richard Green was saying? I don't know. I hope so. But for us at NAN, it's our hope that if they don't, we have a duty as leaders to ensure that they can understand it. We have a duty as leaders to ensure that in time, they're speaking it in their assembly. That they're being educated, not just to become lawyers and doctors and engineers and all those great things that we want to see them be, but that they're educated in their culture, that they're educated in their language, that they're educated in the way that our ancestors would have wanted them to be educated. I took, we had a group of young people, we went goose hunting. We went for 4 days. It was roughly 5 or 6 young guys. And it was our first time out there, you know, like young Cree guys from Thunder Bay, Oji Cree, you know, they eat it all the time. They like, our people love goose. And it was just absolutely amazing to be out there. They loved harvesting their own wild meat. And for some of them, it was their first time. There was a moment they were all watching me. I was, I had about 5 of them on my right side, and a goose came in right over my head, and I missed it. I had a lot of pressure on me. I could see them watching me, and I missed it. It was literally like from the ceiling, and I blamed the gun, of course. But they laughed. They just said, "Hey, that was awesome," and we were just laughing. And at the end of that day, they thanked me for just being out there with them. That culture, the land, our language. We talk about nationhood. Those are 3 components that are so crucial to our nationhood: the jurisdiction and control. Chief Wesley from Cat Lake last week said, "I want control. I want jurisdiction in my community. I want to be able to dictate what the police do. I want to be able to tell them, go search that house. I want to be able to tell the MNR to basically F off," is what he said. And they try to enter our community. Grand Chief, that's what you need to do to ensure that you're leading. And my father, who was Grand Chief many years ago, regional chief, he always told me leadership is action. Get some stuff done while you're here as a Grand Chief. It's a short time, flies by. Instill something that'll grow with the next generation of leaders, next Grand Chief, our next chiefs. I see chiefs here, new chiefs that I went to school at the same time as Chief Adatis, law school. And we're going to see a new generation of chiefs and leaders come in. So we have a lot of work to do, is what I'm saying. A lot of work to do. And let's do it together. Let's renew our relationships and alliances. I don't even know if it's renewing. I think it's always been there. But let's keep it strong, because unity is so hard to it's hard to divide a nation when they're united. Even if that nation is Treaty 3 and NAN together. So let's work together. And before I go, I would like to call up our Deputy Grand Chiefs, if you could afford them 2 minutes, like my 2 minutes. Victor Linklater and Bobby Narcisse, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hey.
Miigwech.
Hey, Miigwech. I just want to say, if you ever look on YouTube, Bobby Narcisse is in the building.
Just like to greet you all. I only have 2 minutes. We're very similar in the same causes. There's one big difference. If an elder came up with a Montreal hat, there's no time limit for him in NAN. So because we do have a First Nation goalie on our team. So, but all kidding aside, I'd like to greet you. I'm actually from the Mishkigwak area. So there's Russia, the Inuits, and then there's us. So I was born and raised in Moose Factory. My portfolio is actually health transformation, and we call it economic development, but we put it all together because some of our challenges, so we call it sustainable initiatives. So a lot of the talks that you guys had in my home community of Teguatagama, which is near Cochrane, Ontario. We have 17 hydroelectric projects, probably about 10 to 12 mines there. They raped our land. They extracted it. We had to fight from the back end forward. So we went IBAs. We learned some very tough lessons. Now we're into equity ownership. So, as our First Nation, we keep the climate is very important for us, very strong in jurisdiction. So, I would like to connect with your staff. I did raid the justice people already and the health transformation people, because you know what, everything is connected. We like to keep it in our little boxes, and communication and sharing and trust will be so important for us, because this government and our proponents, they're going to have to learn who we are as a people. This is our land, and we have the knowledge. I've been sitting here just taking it all in. I haven't been a leader very long. I ran into for politics probably about 5 years ago, just out of a sheer need that I wanted to push child welfare legislation in my First Nation. We started our law. Economic development was easy for me because it was part of our lived reality. What I'm going to tell you is protect your lands. One of the things that we're noticing in forestry in our territory is that because of spraying, our moose are having ulcers. Our people now, we can't eat the meat. So, when you talk about your fight with MNR, I get it. But when forestry comes in, and it looks good when you're coming down the highway where, beautiful trees, but you just go inland, maybe about 100 feet, it's all clear cut. And it affects everything we do. If you ever seen an open pit mine, we have one of the largest ones in our area, right in the middle of the swamp. They extract all these metals. But when I first walked into one, you could just feel the heaviness there, because, it was our grandfathers and our fathers that were hunting and living off that land for thousands of years. And it's hard. But I think to adapt in this day and age, we have to have balance. I think we got to build our economies, but we got to do it right. It excites me when you guys talk about your laws and doing it your own way, because you guys are leaders in that area. One of my First Nations asked them to, when you go to Treaty 3, ask them about their ADR laws when it comes to child welfare justice and everything that you do. So it was exciting for me to listen to you. So just got on at Nan. So I'm the guy that's just below Russia. Just if you just remember that. So and we'll be excited to meet you. I met some of you on the Chiefs of Ontario floor. I did some tech work for probably the last 15 years in a different sector, but we're all brothers and sisters. And this fight, we do it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out. Speaking of trapping, it's very important, everything. Well, first I'll introduce myself. I'm Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse. I'm not from Graceland, I'm from Arrowland. But no, it's a lot of the work that we do here, that we share with our Treaty 3 brothers and sisters here as well. And I'd like to bring greetings on behalf of our nations as well. And I'd like to acknowledge your traditional territory here and the drum and the elders that were here as well and all that. So I'm here as well. Like many of my portfolios include education and child and family services and child welfare. And just I wanted to reiterate the fact of, us, NAN and Treaty 3 working together as well on many of our shared priorities. Like we have a very strong voice, NAN and Treaty 3. And I know at times, like when we're negotiating for resources, when we're negotiating for, needs-based funding for many of our different areas of priority areas like education, child and family services, our youth and whatnot, we really need to push for our own specific processes in moving ahead. One thing experience that we had a couple of weeks ago was when our chiefs we're put in a position to vote on a particular fixed funding pot. I think you remember these prevention dollars for child welfare, although there wasn't really a significant amount. But the thing was, it was the principle of it all. You know, your communities are all unique. I see all your flags and, you know, like all your leadership that's here and all that. And our communities are so unique, especially within that. And I think we really need to push forward for like our own specific processes to look at the very unique needs of our communities, the diversity of our needs, and also, you know, looking at the diversity of our languages and culture. And many of our negotiations have to be from our community's perspective and all that. And that's one thing that I was sort of discouraged a couple of weeks ago. There was this vote that had to come in. You know, we stood with Treaty 3, we stood with Anishinaabe, we stood with Mishkegwig. And then at the end of the day, like we lost to the vote to our Southern brothers and sisters within Six Nations and AIAI on this particular funding pot. So, you know, that's the thing. We need to really press the fact that, you know, we have to have our own specific processes. We have to support Treaty 3 specific processes, and also in terms of NAN specific work as well. Even now, like we're working with other remote communities across Canada as well. We were able to establish this organization called the National Assembly of Remote Communities, NARC. So Nan is a member of NARC. I'm a NARC member. You know what? I wanted to call it the National Assembly of Remote Communities Implementing Social Service Equity, Narcisse, my name. But that would have been a little bit narcissistic of myself to do so. But we are gathering actually with other First Nation communities May 30th to June 2nd to look at our specific issues within the remote north as well. And we'd like to also extend that invitation to you and your chiefs as well. I know it's a little bit short notice, but still we are moving ahead and meeting with other community members with, you know, with a remote centric perspective. Because even our road access communities, we do still have severe gaps in services, gaps in infrastructure, all those different costs and everything. So we know $1 in Winnipeg is different than $1 in Show Lake or any one of your communities, and our needs-based you know, resourcing needs to account for that. Even like gas in Ontario is like what, $2.20 or something. Derek's paying for my gas, but anyways, like even like the cost in our communities is still very challenging and discriminatory to many of our children, youth, and families. And we look forward to working with your chiefs and your leadership on these various particular areas where Treaty 3 and NAN can stand together to really assert our priorities in our various particular areas. So with that, miigwech for having us visit with you today. Look forward to a very positive working relationship, ongoing relationship with you. And yeah, so Elvis is going to leave the building pretty soon. So thank you very much.
Who gets it? Francis Kavanaugh.
Which Victor? You got Derek, Victor, Bob, Elvis. Yeah, speaking of alliances and relationships, back in the day, I think 25 years ago, I think I was Grand Chief again. And we signed an alliance with his dad. His dad was Grand Chief, Charles Fox. We signed an alliance that with Treaty 3 and NAN would work together on our issues. And one of the things we managed at that time was also to take over the trapping licenses. You know, Treaty 3 does that now. I don't know if NAN still maintains that, but that's when we started that process way back then. We took over that licensing matter of trapping areas from MNR, and it's still like that, so that's anyways, and with respect to working together, there's a few years ago when we started talking about the Community Justice Center in Kenora, we're talking about the homelessness, and we're talking about people incarcerated and being let out of after they've done their time, they would end up back on the street and stuff like that. So that's when our chiefs, namely KCA, started talking about the Community Justice Center, and I was invited to take part in that discussion, and one of the things I contributed to the area was listen, a lot of these people that we need to take care of are from NAN as well. So I think we need to involve NAN in these discussions so they can have a seat at this table. On top of that, we may need their support to to bring that community center to Kenora, and that's what happened. We at one point we were scrapped, we were tossed aside from a potential site for a community justice center in Kenora. But then I lobbied the former chief, Alvin Fiddler, if they could provide us with his support, a letter or some kind of resolution from them, and which he did, and we got back on track, and that's how we got that project in Kenora, and it's in the work, and it's being developed right now. So same thing with the Bug Lake project. We're also working and bringing in people from NAN over there. We're working with them. I mean, they're our brothers and sisters, so why not? So anyways, I just wanted to share that with you, that we have a long-standing relationship with NAN, and we have, like he said, and we also have the numbers to sometimes when we become kingmakers, when we need the regional chiefs and stuff like that. So, it's there. And I want to say chimigwech to the presentations made by Derek, Victor, and Bob. And with that, I have some tokens of appreciation, on behalf of the people that I represent in the Grand Council, the people, the women's group, the elders, the youth, the LGBTQ, the leadership, and all the people around us. I offer these as our token of appreciation on your visit, and Chimiwech for being here with us. Derek. Bob. Victor. Miigwech. And while I'm here, I was offered tobacco. I'll go grab that tobacco. I don't know how to open these. Was offered tobacco by one of our chiefs. And in offering tobacco to me, it's kind of emotional. And I understood where he was coming from. He said he was talking about our territory, especially the last 2 years. We've lost a lot of Treaty 3 members to COVID and other perhaps COVID-related deaths, like people taking their lives, stuff like that. He said, I want to offer you tobacco because I think a couple of years ago or year and a half ago, you requested a national day to smoke our pipes, to ask the Creator, the spirits, for protection from the virus, coronavirus, COVID. And right now, he said, at that time, I acknowledged that there was a sudden drop in deaths in the territory because of that day of national prayer. Grand Chief, I want you to lead us in another national day of prayer. Let's reach out to all our pipe carriers across this land that we people call Canada, Anishinaabe. Let's call upon all of them and get synchronized. We light our pipes together and ask that the Creator relieve us from all the natural disasters that is currently occurring, not just today, but these last few years. These last few years, we've experienced winds, tornadoes. We witnessed floods. Right now, we're experiencing floods. A lot of our communities are in evacuation mode. Also, the forest fires. Again, people were evacuated from their communities. Forest fires came close to their homes. A lot of them were evacuated because of smoke. And this is what this chief is asking me to do. And I just wanted to relay that message to you. I will look at the time. We will provide a notice when we will do when we will ask that we do that National Day of Prayer and ask the Creator that they either let up on these natural disasters. You know, I think we're getting a very, very clear message that Mother Nature is fighting back. We need to stop the destruction of Mother Nature, all the environmental damage that's been occurring the last long period of time. And that's how Mother Nature is responding, is by fighting back with these events. And I want to share with you, when me and my wife were first married, my wife is sitting over here with 3 of my daughters. My other daughter was sitting there with my grandson as well. My grandmother talked about the ability of our people to control climate change. She talked about climate change around the time in the Kenora area, in the Lake of the Woods area, when they started experimenting with prescribed burns. MNR would put newspaper articles that they were doing prescribed burns on the island, some of the islands on Lake of the Woods. And my grandmother would tell us, that's nothing new. We used to do that. We always did that. And her examples were, we all know, you know, people, women talked about blueberries this morning, you know, the significance of blueberries to our culture. We all know that blueberries will flourish in a given area for maybe 4 years before competing vegetation takes over, and then you're left with no very few blueberries in that area in the subsequent years. So to get ready for that, my grandmother would say, we used to have prescribed burns. Our elders, our pipe carriers would get together, light their pipes, and they would ask the thunderbirds to ignite a certain area with lightning strike. And when enough area was burnt, they again would get together, smoke their pipes, and ask for a big dump of rain to put out the fire. You know, and that's where the blueberries grow the next few years. And on top of that, what it did was it controlled the infestation of like beetles or wood ticks. That was a way of keeping our forests healthy too. And then the other thing too, when forest fires came too close to communities, there was never evacuations because they smoked their pipes. They asked for rain and they put out the rain, the fire. So that's how they control the climate. And that's what I believe that if we could do that, I believe there's strength in numbers. You know, there's many people gifted with pipes all across this land. But I think we could maybe persuade Creator to let up on these natural disasters. So I wanted to share that with you because I was offered tobacco to do that, and I will do that. Miigwech for listening, and miigwech for allowing me a few minutes of your time. Miigwech.
Bonjour. Miigwech, ogitita. Away, gwech mi goben. Yegi bite me nanig. Bejik ma kienzi ikwete. Ma chi igate nagamon. Anis yeah, kibite me nanig. Kin nibio gego ma kitabach mog when ke tuichi ning sago away. Kan kitamang away nongam ma gitakim nan. So one of the requests we have from an elder is to have an honor song for our visitors from Nan. I'll ask the drummers to convene and help with the song. Terry Skeed and company. Yeah. I'd like to invite our guests to come forward, please.
Good to see you, Shane.
Thank you very much.
Good luck again, eh? All right, chiefs, we're gonna have a 15-minute break, 15. And if we could have the drummers back here in 10 minutes, 10 minutes. For a warm-up, 10 minutes for a warm-up. So you're officially having a break. Chief Bull, before you leave, we would like to ask Chief Bull and Chris to, if you want to complete your presentation. I waited for Clifford to get close to the door before I called him back. Chief Vernon Kupanas wants to address the assembly, and we'll move over to Chief Bull. Oh, come on.
Oh, bonjour. Neno kasindigo, I take no time. Bemi ajaga menguime. Askine gabo yendigo. Askine wege bebe nisiga boge goa. Bejigo mitte. Miwech, genin one ticket. Bobby John. Mageni bitaway na magoan. Chibi John. Wete, yoja basigwe. Obashkan dagang ijin hikate. Dishkonagin nam. Anawego owe washa geming ijin hikate. Ikuga, I kitot. Meje komik. Owe, dene magani na nigete at. Owe we at. We mete at. We nanando at. Ande jaig. Ekitot anint. Miete jang obaskandagang. Oe genin kabinanon daman nogam kinigego. Kadashin jigateg. Ichinago. Wasanago ge. Oetishke nogam. Oe gichine dan. Oe ganisha. Ganisha gago ikunagok mindikit. Oe gi Anishinaabe. Niganin ke Chinese. Koi kinagok kego. Oe Anishinaabe. Oe Anish. Kain. Kego umam she nis donje non da zin kego chi. Ja chita zinjiga take minda kit. Mito shoe kego go ma. Gijishka gun oe gagi machi ga tegi nagaman. Mitashka unji basiguyan. Mitashoe ge Chigoi kshamigo kina oe. Unkige Anishinaabe toy. Anishmi oe keget nanibia kai kitot. Iden Shinaabe minanik tanang. Oegin wen shinagi igi ishigo simen. Oe chinanaga chitoy. Oe kego kamasnan ma. Kajani obi tok magagi kito. Oe tegesh piming. En sondanim. Awetish magagi pagamashit awapskiet. Ye. Ote. Agi pitibachmut ge ay. Dene magan magagi pitibachmut. Yete. Chmekte kunen gagi oap mat. Is just shit ma. Kagi is big at the gear. Ikia got. In Kegajip Minjayat. Kiana mat we know. Kang she tapskuna egiat. Tapskugego ma wikogwe. Tibachmosigo egi kitong ear. Vitashia Junana Gatandaman. Skewina is big at. No way kikan and yikitung. Away we markwe. Kage. Kage Ushimat Macha. Junana Gachi going. Kain minuses non ear. Anigi Ujisit. I was just the mowing going. Junana Chigo is in way. Mitashma wish me we na Nijugo with the bench kazo at Kikito. Mitashma Katajan the man yapi in K. I was a big take. Asian sit tangaway. We know. You can't down in Ginund. Marke. Anishinaabe, Gage Chigang Aja. Ijana Nagaching it. Kitobin Chansanani, Wusanani, Gitan Kobutaginani, Kinai, Kitayamin Aja ear. Jitago ma we know Gego, Kiabe, we could wear, was just stone Nagego. Kind of share, how's you know. Kaya iti batchmat oe Chinago, the name magan. Itayaman show get Jajo tapini gang away. Kitakiminan, kinibiminan, kinegego. Skewe eque. Kale we summon as in Yemizanagan. Kagi Ojbe mat. Ito makaminan yapi. Kind we summon as in away eque, yeah, chapitan dagok. Show them away, nogum. Matizin, Latino. Eque. Casio Kendazina, yet, a gum king or Hogima Quagain. In Kevina, I should be gay out. With the she away, just to go. Chitibachimut to make take on there. Jajamini going yaki. He Marion Jamatsik. Jamini going yaki. Nazam Nani Bio. But on Square na Gego. Wapskiet Maga Kabito. I in K gauge now chooses to going in K. Jag chibis in that thing way when Nakamigizing way when. Zampane away, you go wetch man and you wapski it. You book cinnamon pane. In K gauge be at we know. With the benda na, we know the benda na. Inibe. Kawindas. Worksha Ubamanajan Aksha. Akchamek Tekonega Gibiget. Mia Pimagi Kibagamashit Wapskiet. Kamegete. Mimagajabatakin at Ajate Akaikit. Way bus and Magaton. Make your tap and make it. Cage it the bend the make. It's been the show my yacht. It's been the sweep is in the zig. With the wet the zig. Chijib minijay and ke kajana metchigay zanago gan sag. Ke kita ki jibigas suga. We are actually make take on it. Etia piotanan. Mikshe ebe minijamot. We ma joni shinga Anishinaabe ikitum. Just a tashia. Chipakinund. Oi, nikegiat. Kini jochigia twina. Awega go konago za sigwina ubi manager onge. Ka wingin windia. Shon jonjineat. Kitin shnabe minanek. Dijage ni note. Kichi skit. Nimse. Başkanega bu ikijin kaz. Atekejo to temet. Oengi non da ma kitibachmat pejik. Maga atkakkinat gizit ma. Koyoga jinabatabet. Mikshna ye tagi okhob aukshna goiga join dagusiat. Kego chinigan shkamat kego chandak kenda mat kego. Ikene mat gene gige. Anand in kegi jitna kame gizet kichi skitawe. Pejigat gotat nakame gizegi kitokko. Mishaja jeta tanand. Mikshna in kega jimini go izingcha. Wawi sokta tingi kitok. Migachten, migachnek.
Miigwech Shugi Makan. Chief Clifford Bull.
Miigwech Ogemakan kagi kigitot. Age miigwech dina. Kujamarito. Ige nisito nanan maga piusigan ma mitsak teganan mishkeke sema igunak atso kanak kinage maga kana matapiek ma kipuju ininem age ni kwechma skogi gitawan kwechma Dolores Kelly Gavin chigigitot ita dana mi we kina matio kamang mi ziwe gi ya wan nenyon inu chi je kanita ki pigi siok ki jage nin kina matio kamang si je gi ja pachana inatas palakan ija de tege ni mama she magic Inuit tisintana meoshik agin kamagak shkonegan kagi mashitu taguing chica quick kendamang ani maya kagin kamagak mi oegawi chikagi kitawan. Good afternoon, everybody. I acknowledge the creator. I thank the chief for his comments that spoke before me. All my relatives here, the leadership, delegates, men, women of our nation. I say thank you. Our guests from Nan, our brothers and sisters right across Turtle Island, the songs, the ceremonies that were done today. I'm going to be talking about treaty and Aboriginal rights research and at this assembly, and it's in your packages, and I'm going to be doing an update. Treaty and Aboriginal rights research, TAR, was approved for Pacific Claims Research for fiscal year 2020, 2022 and 2023. TAR has 14 First Nations working with 54 claims at different stages of research. These include pre-1915 reserve land surrenders, agricultural supplies research, treaty land entitlement, farming land annuity payments, shortfall, okay, flooding, cows and plows. Does anybody need cows and plows? We can get them for you. If successful. Flowage impacts, loss of timber revenue, riparian boundaries and patented lands. And the other thing I mentioned yesterday when we were doing our committee meeting last night was our cultural committee meeting was I didn't realize till later when I started talking to elders that there was a couple POW camps situated right on the reserve in Lac Seul. And I think we need to do some research around that. And one of the things I wanted to know was there consent by the people, or are they forced to live with these people that came from the war? This is during World War II. So I don't know if there's a claim there, but possibly breach of, because as you know, First Nations were for the exclusive use of First Nations, not anybody else. But with, I'm thinking it's without our consent, they put these people here, and I think we can dig into that a little deeper. There might have been other communities down in Southern Ontario that had the same experience with like us, but we'll look into it. Mandate, Treaty and Aboriginal Rights Research. TAR Department of Grand Council Treaty 3 is responsible for undertaking and completing historical and legal research in the Pacific Claims process for Treaty 3. Members, First Nations, and there's been some good work going on with Larry Morrison. He's the TAR specialist, and he has a team with him. And there's been some negotiations going back and forth about the Privacy Act and the need to gather information. Funding, I believe, is available. There's ongoing discussions. I'm not going to read the whole thing here, but since the time frame is narrowed to apply for this funding, we want to hear from people, and we don't mind if people access their own funding submissions to governments. So submissions can be made on behalf of NCRD, or is it I'm not sure what the acronym for that is. In no way prevent other organizations or individuals, First Nations, from applying for their own funding, to preparing their own submissions or provide feedback. Treaty and Aboriginal Rights Research in respect to in-person meetings, and this spring assembly gives us the opportunity for a new growth to start fresh. And as with the pandemic now, hopefully somewhat now in the rear view mirror, we can now focus on matters that need our collective minds to move forward in creating a new vision for TAR. The last 2 years, it has allowed us to evaluate what services are needed for TAR to become a center of historical information and research. Over the last year, TAR has developed new skills to properly store and organize all the historical information that TAR has accumulated over 40 years of paper and digital data gathering. In the coming months, TAR is prepared to ascertain skills in archival management for the birth of the TAR's digital library for Treaty 3 communities to have access to. This new library will be put to use all the historical records in a usable database for the Treaty 3 communities to research their First Nations information going well into the last 160 years. The process involves the cataloging of the records that are held in CCANs on the CJ property. We evaluate the importance and sort out the not so important records and digitize the ones that will go in the database library. Over the next year or two, we will give rise to a usable access for research to happen on all under the governance of the TAR Center. With the retirement of two of our most important historical historians, Leo Weisberg and Tim Halskam, TAR is actively searching our new researchers to fill these two vacancies. We have been in touch with Lakehead University, University of Manitoba History Department, TAR is also looking to promote this career to the young people of Treaty 3 to develop our own Anishinaabe researchers. The long-term vision is to have 2 researchers from our treaty communities to become our claims writers. Education of our treaty is an important aspect, and especially the telling from our perspective, a Treaty 3 perspective. We have done presentations in schools, communities to promote our treaty history and to create awareness from our own knowledge what the truth is behind the growth, the government treaty, and examining the PAPOM notes and the history of why the PAPOM document exists. So that's it's in your packages if you want to read further. The other thing I wanted to mention was some of you may have seen former National Grand Chief earlier. I had lunch. Some of us had lunch with him earlier, and we were talking about justice. And he's on a panel, and he's going to be going to I think 3 communities within the next month or 2. Sandy Lake, Lac Seul, and another one in Fort Francis. He's going to be bringing along a panel from Southern Ontario, the Law Society of Upper Canada. There's going to be a judge, and they're going to be looking at community engagements in these communities to talk about justice. How can we improve justice? Because right now, what's happening is failing. It's a failed system. A system that we can't. I mean, it's not. Look at the number of our people in that are incarcerated. That's got to change. It's got to be a better way. So, what we want to do is tell this panel some of the options we think they should be considering in order to improve the justice system. And one of the things we're looking at is a task force to begin to develop our own justice system as we had in the past. I know there were things like a banishment, for example, that elders talk about, but there's also a caring and a nurturing and a loving component to it, not like what we have now, where it's adversarial. A judge and the defense, and they go at it, and there's no healing. So these are the things we need to look at strongly. And Ovid's going to be the chair of this panel, and we're going to be presenting. And I've asked Arthur and his group to present as well some of their ideas to the judge and the court systems, how they can be improved, and how to help our youth who are struggling with addictions. And this is a start. We may not get there overnight, but you lay the foundation. We can lay the foundation and bring in our own law. The law stops here, is what Ogijida will say. And I think that's the way it should be. So, and the other thing I was going to mention was on May 26th, which is not too far. I'm having a gathering. We've accessed money to do a search of the residential school in our territory here next door to Sulakaut, and we're having an event there. And it's called Sagapaga Jesus, the spring gathering, a time of renewal. We want to talk to the elders, and we want to get our search of the grounds off to a good start by having a ceremony, a feast, a signing, bring in some survivors. They're the most important families, and have a good. And we're going to honor somebody there at that event. A lot of you know Garden Anishinaabe. He's been very vocal and a great advocate for Indian residential school survivors right across Canada. And he was part of the TRC commission that got the dollars that was associated with that. So he's in very frail health, and we want you to pray for him. And we're hoping that he can make it to receive an acknowledgement from myself, Ogijida, and I also asked Grand Chief Fox to come. He'll be there as well. And we have some government officials coming in, and it'll be a good day of reflection, healing, and just coming together of peoples to a sad legacy. So with that, I'll stop there, and miigwech to all the presenters, and have a good evening. Next.
Oh, can you hear me, Bonjour? Bonjour, and I guess go to class. You got Lebanese candy go. Bonjour and low time. Well, I came up here. I was gonna use my COCOM status to just sit, but the Grand Chief and everyone is speaking, so I gotta listen. Anyway, since I'm the last, and I'm hoping I'm the last one today, because I think we're all pretty tired again. So there's a couple of things that that I'm bringing up, the couple of the issue summaries that Chief Clifford was talking about at our culture committee meeting the other day. And so those are the things I'm going to be talking about. But I think too, earlier, Gary Allen was talking about the unmarked graves, that the Indian residential school survivors had a gathering last weekend in regards to what they wanted to do with CJ property. So I don't really need to go in depth into that. It's kind of really not my issue, but my program is the mental health support for that, for all survivors. So that's what my program is about. So, and the other one I want to talk about is the Indian Day School Class Action Settlement, which has an upcoming deadline of July 13th, which is a couple months away. And that's another issue that I think will be dealt with tomorrow through resolution. So these are two issue summaries that I wanted to bring forward to all the chiefs. And I'm sure everybody's aware of the background now. Oh yes, I'm not forgetting you. I will talk about which. Okay. The background of our health support program of Grand Council Treaty 3 was mandated to support claimants through the independent assessment process, the IEP we called it, right? As well as to provide support and services through awareness of traditional teachings in respect to rebuilding its families and the communities, the 28 communities of Treaty 3, where healing became integral initiative as a result of the Indian residential school legacy. So the current status situation is the IAP, which is which I just said, the independent assessment process settlement is now over and it's closed. And the adjudication secretariat office is closed, was closed March 31st, 2021. And most of the contact information, telephone numbers, email addresses, and all that has been removed from the website. Actually, there is no more website where somebody can look, if they wanted some answers. So I just thought I'd let you know that. So, and any remaining contact information is no longer valid, as the secretariat has been dissolved by the IAP sunset order, which is the Indian residential school agreement / settlement, which was made by the Supreme Court of British Columbia, May 29, 2020. Like I just said, the Indian Day School settlement deadline is to apply is July 13th, 2022. And in saying this, I do have a table out there. If anyone wants information on their day schools, if they had one in their communities, and also have this, what they call a special K list. If anyone wants assistance in filling out the forms, that's what we do. So I thought I'd let you know that. The Indian Residential Schoolhouse Support Program, named Wisokatatuan, has been experiencing continuous and increased demand to assist in support of IDS applications. It is anticipated that sufficient emotional supports will be required for residential school survivors and Indian Day School and their families, as discussions and meetings and possible unmarked graves at former residential schools in the Treaty 3 territory are held, as survivors meet to share on their ideas about commemoration and as work begins to determine, locate unmarked graves. So the mental health and cultural services that is provided through the Indian Residential School Health Support Program received notice of extension till March 2023, 2024. So there is a concern that this extension will be insufficient to address the healing and emotional needs of survivors and their families. So as I worked with my team and with the cultural chiefs, we the recommendations and action plans are to advocate for a long-term funding for the continuation of Wisokatatuan to be able to continue to provide the necessary supports, mental health and cultural supports for the Indian residential school survivors and their families. And that the culture chiefs in Ogichita Cabinet lobby and secure an extension to the Indian Day School class action settlement deadline, as Treaty 3 IDS applicants are disadvantaged. And as we all know, we were shut down for 2 years for the COVID pandemic, and we weren't able to provide the supports to a lot of the communities in regards to the application. And to add to that, I did email Gowling, which is the lawyers for this settlement agreement. I had asked for community support for them to come and be form fillers for the 28 communities. And they said they weren't able to come to the communities. Again, they did come about 2 years ago before we all shut down from the pandemic. Let's see, in terms of that, they do have community one-on-one supports on Zoom, and you can call in, but there's a lot of frustrations in that for our people, because sometimes the people that answer don't really understand what the needs are of our survivors. Or sometimes the other person excuse me, on the other line is not, English is not their first language. So so we've been experiencing a lot of that. So that's why we're hoping we can get some kind of extension for our applicants. As Chief was talking about the Indian Day School class action list, the schools, I think I think everyone is pretty aware of why some of the Indian Day schools were not put on a federal Indian Day School list, which is what they call a Schedule K. So, and there was 3 of them that I am quite aware of that like people come to us and ask, why isn't Mind Center on there? Why is Father Mas on there? Why is St. Michael's not on there? These are three of the main schools I know, excuse me, a lot of our people went to. And I agree that, they should have been on a list. But then they have these things, like because it was operated by a Catholic school, Rainy River School District, or it was operated by the province, right? So anyway, so I talked to Elaine Bright this morning, and she sent me what's been going around here, the letter, just to give me an update on what's going on with the day school claims. And she is helping individuals, if they want to do a physical or sexual abuse claim, she's able to do that. But they need to be individual claims based on physical or sexual abuse. And that's the hard part, because, sometimes a lot of our people don't qualify, even though they were physically abused, horribly, but sometimes they still don't, like the lawyers don't accept that, because they make these grids, right? Levels for our people, and they have to meet that criteria, which is the hard part for them and for us, because they tell you all these horrible stories, and then they get a rejection letter, because they didn't meet that level, so there's a lot of that going on for our people. So with my team, we try our best to guide them. We can't tell them how to write it, because we're also not form fillers and we're not lawyers, right? So we do our best in trying to support that. Anyway, yeah. I guess I won't go into, like the Pace law firm, which Elaine Bright is working for. She has some claims happening, which she calls mass tort, right? A mass tort is like a class action claim, but there's a group of individual claims. It's instead of having a representative plaintiff. The procedures for pursuing such claims as a mass tort is usually much simpler than the procedures for class actions, but this is them, right? They don't know how difficult it is, or our people, to tell our story. So I think that's about it. Oh yes, I wanted to mention that I didn't put it on here, but we have been doing a few things when we started to be able to go out into the communities. One of the things that we did the end of February is the Anishinaabe camp. And I've asked Ron Kelly to come up here and elaborate on it a little bit, like 2 minutes to give him. No, just kidding.
Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Can you get me another microphone, please? Bonjour, bonjour. Oniga Ming Donji. Kijiana Kutendigo. I'm an auditor Gendigo. Manum Nikan Shigendigo. Nana bonjour Gendigo. June d'autant. Abeting limiter. Noin Daka. Shinabeg. Yagi thought. Pepekan go to Pitonari, I thought. Marjay me, ke te Anishinaabe moen kondena no i tot. Kana pregunga kenzi. Da dei mein daiket ngiti magis. Nime notice shwini go bangi ya kinagi ya ke uke maingi kitong kiten nuevin gitan. Isogna ni nebe minigo. Wetishbo bangi gagi tonge minute and a half left. Miigwech dinago we tewe gana magabeat miigunak noya manjinikate gunago nagat mandiga natigum miigunak mise naguze gechita we makana kena kakinating izat benonjiyag benonjens manyapma kibisindagonan miigwech kinagiten nenim we Bebisinda meg majebewe Paya Pitripachumoego Oege Maminotago ton Oega Eketoeg Kiminotagosm. It doesn't the meg Anishinaabe when Oega Anishinaabe toin. Apje Minotagot e toeg. It is where I'm knowing it as ye kamen. Anishinaabe when Gyoko Gai to many Gyoko time Gyoko itimen or ting Onigaming United Belgique take a bishan Shopskangasnika take me to Hinamati Gamita in Wakaiganet in Diamen. Mishit Negab strong in there. Yan the Megoshkatatim Nisogan. Amen. Easing doesn't damage go. Is actually to what you go. Anishinaabe mot, it doesn't the mot. Gia Miga go on. You were Anishinaabe men have been on jug, which known the mot. Ayawag. We go just to me in it. Anishinaabe Managan Nam station is a ma itakinang. Ganja to Anishinaabe on the mot, been on jug on the mot. Can you go egg assin on? He is just assin on. The way it can be in the mot or up to when that chewy quick toggles in mind like it. Quick here, you know. We no got me yang, we got me saying up to when that quick time, maybe I go be my make go manage now, but I'm quick here in the man, I'm sure human. Shaganash Iwe minakej toing nongum. Up to event is a given juguman. This game measure Kia Yang Kuno Anishinaabe mot. You can't damn in no Sanaga Capiture. She will Anishinaabe monk. No Gumapitches nugget ki Anishinaabe. Uzam Gitayamin Kitapayatamin away Emichuji toin. Abichuan that she went and the yang was conenjigan. Kijua Magatjagi doing. Mitashinue Kiki Piscago Minin, Kiki Piscago nan, Wapski wet, Wagin and Jik Kitish toin and Anjib Minjamang. Agasi no ma Waska is Minjagat. Agasi no get Wega Poyatamot, Devagan, Sema, Canadian, Miwe Nijik saying me na. Imashkamen, Michimin dog in the target of diamond. When in the snow on Bemini going, when in Bemini wrong it, oh, Shonia, Meshkotonian, me away, Wiggy Mao and get Wiggy Mao and get 미완자 아양엔 좋은 신앙. 이돈 신님은 미르스케에 기도인 오이키나 아마트잉이 되신 지가 아틱. Anishinaabe banu toatuga benunjek cha Anishinaabe moat. Ani no ega ischia kina wind is ikizing is Anishinaabe wind. Kitaya men egi bon hitomin Anishinaabe wind. Miga tamane nongum miga apisikichun da chigwek taing. Mirashe nongum ekitot. Oh, iga niksketomen. Iget maang itaksketomen skawendamang. Nongum ekito nagabachetomen. Noe, maznakisiganan. Bisinchiganesin, Kawata Penigate, away Kitinuevin. Windish Canapici e Beijing Minuses, no some Abenunjusha, Chin Amatabit Emma, Chibizindak, Chinondang or Anishinaabe when. Kanin members must not message. Mean occasional newising. Be the shiny doing, oh, you some to Chanimism. Do Chanimis. Oranda Stosin Chagno. Mean Kenny Jitoing. Kituta Minomen. Deketiko. Kituta Minomen away Wapski wet Utistoid in the cage otaminung. Kishman citizen, I think what else says. We play the white man's political game too much. Mishma Jonishinang. Misha Babisco Babasteshko Tating Kena. Kino Aksha Taishigam. Ogo at the Taishigam. Maje word. Kibabi itemen. Kibabi itemen which mat sake. Kena oete. Bibonang Maje Nijo Bibon. He Jamin oete. Kichumukamana King, you open dominate Kena Amati Gamik. Anishinaabe mot. Ogashkitona, Ogishkitona, Jabashkamot, we Punitona, Mchuji toy. He get Shinuga Bikanamati Gamigonga was Conenjigan Davachitona. Noege Kina Abjiganes and Kabibitagan. Technology kiton. Me never just to what they get the shoe Ogashkitona. Kina windash. Kea big woman. Kea Mario Domin Egan. Kina wind the guys chigging. The skaters away at the Jika Mang Nongum. No way. And Jika near Kagio Jituang and Schnabe when I get Tuang. Nin Dashing and Niposenimigo, which is the Jika man. Shoot up in a man, M2 Jim win Magatic. Running him, which Chaya and Jan Canotaman. Jim shoot up in a man, Zamgagan, no Sinona. Nibutoske Maginoda and M2 Jim win. Midishnege go tap in a monk. Cabigo up in the Jikaman. Iwe Yaman, a Benon Jiak Chivich in Doa. Chibisn the Mot get to go Anishinaabe when. Nibuksha can Tagagi it. Me gave Kinamage in York. Kinamage quick. Kinawa. Kishket to Anishinaabe work. Chabachit doing eve. Nishke no got none of Kiekina. Kiba bin Tigataway. Anishinaabe muk. Anishinaabe muk. Mikani Ganso Migagan, Ganso Magagan in it, or be giving a mixture thought in the cake. Cans next known bourgeois, which in it. Bourgeois. I say, Anin. It's a Kobe Domingue, Anin. Anin is Rebsen. Anin Asia and a wake cheek at Ottawa. Me never, keen the wind the neg bucket namin, shot taking the mine. Meet the Senja ink and Jachin, Kitachmana, Negabenonjiak. Mish got the Jikamank. Marjage Canadian that Jikaman. In it no, Anishinaabe when George Chigatic. Magshaya ubisanga gigi toy ki wab me kwawya. Iga ami kitakshkit tumen. Ki nawin ko ki kitashin jagate mo ko itiven. Ko to jigate gego. Ta oje jagate onene. Magshaya mi ne ke chini jitoing. Shkito in this jaga no that gorgeous. Kini chanis. E kungi kita. Anishinaabe and the monk. Anishinaabe and the monk. Anishinaabe do tang Anishinaabe and Dangoya. Kiwis owing it abacheton. Kito tem. Kitabache. Kigagi get. Akwe mainu amanga gibuchi. I want to apologize to all of you people that went to residential school. I used to say, and when I give me a question, and I used to say, hey, maybe you never had your language. Giwa win the mago, Kanish Communican, Giwa win the mago and Shinabe, Bamot Saga, Aninga Pitcher Watagindo. Meditation a Kaganing and Asian Sutaman. Meditation Ongoman Chikitan, I apologize to all of you that went to residential school. Kanyingi Jasi. Kangen the enemigosi. Menji Jasian in Angel and George Biggest on Facebook. Kitum. Anishnika take Facebook. Mazan Egan and Dang. You get the kita. Kishpin this dot manat is in. Tapshuaj now. Mazan Egan and Dangush. Take it. In there, it is technology. You have to. She took away when Snabem to a Cogabenonji. Kinago, Pushkegum Churga Nokiatima, which be Gaming Maja Kinamati Gamigo. When Setanawa in a K waste again, cutting Satan Kian, looking at Magan Snabem and where the scare would sink. Kita jiki ate mi magi kena matu ne ag land base ki kitang min kesh chigan mi eshchik kitan shna bevem ke get bizindamok kite evan bizindatik abenonji oenji na kamigizing ni wach.
All right, our next presenters are the environmental chiefs. Question for the cultural chiefs? Go ahead.
Bonjour, Charles. Sagate Ashijikaz, Bijudutim, Migazi Sagana Donji. I just want to say Chimigwech for everybody hanging in there. It's been a long day. It's been we're almost a day, almost right on time, a day late, but that's all right. We'll get there, right? I just want to more or less wait for the cultural chiefs. I was waiting for an update around traditional selection. And I guess with the traditions, I'll say my Chimigwech for all the drums, all the staffs, the headpiece, also to the drummers. Also, it's phenomenal singing. It's not many times you really enjoy I don't want to say you really get into it, but you really want to start drumming. I just want to talk a little bit and kind of get where the chiefs, where the cultural chiefs, and where I guess what we called it before is I want to refer to Mona Gordon there when she talked about the amount of knowledge we have, Indigenous knowledge, the spiritual knowledge within our territory is phenomenal. And just to to not actually capsulate or not actually harness it to the right places is kind of, I want to say it's detrimental to our nation moving forward, especially to our youth. Back in November, I wrote a letter to all the chiefs, to Wichita, to the executive director of our nation, addressing some concerns around the traditional selection for the proxies or the alternates that the youth, the executive youth council made there. And it just seems to be like it was a very pushed on thing. Like it wasn't actually organic. There's no dignitary there. It was just a very ill-attended event that was almost pushed by, I don't want to say the youth, because there was less than a handful of youth that actually participated in this event. And I like to think of the past traditional selections I've been a part of, I've been attendant to, two of which were Ogichita, and also the one that I was a part of there when I got selected as a traditional youth executive council. But it's these things, like these items here with the feathers, even the case, how you take care of it, how you take care of your ribbons that tie together your bundle. It's the importance of knowing what you're doing. We're not just putting a position to stand there to look pretty, to take pictures. There's a lot of work that needs to go into it. And there's a lot of work that's been done from our ancestors to make sure that we still have these items and that we can still practice these protocols that lead our nation. Because without them, we're just imtagojik, except a little tanner. But it's these protocols and these traditions that I really, really do care a lot about them. The reason, I guess, why I care about them so much, I'll tell a little backstory. Back when I was lost in my lifetime when I was a young teen, and I didn't know where to go. I couldn't really fit a piece, couldn't fit this pot, couldn't fit here. I just couldn't find myself. So I actually attended a ceremony in Turtle Lodge, and that really, really helped me find myself. It grounded myself. And it almost resonates to what Daryl Red Sky, I wish he was in the room, what he was talking about yesterday when he talks about getting these traditional men lodges happening, getting these rites of passages happening. Because without them, we're growing up without any direction or without knowing who we are as Anishinaabe. And I feel that's very detrimental. And like Mona said yesterday, she talked about we have to be able to teach our kids young the right way. And I don't like to say right or wrong, but just to teach them, you give them that teaching and it's up to them to live it. But when we're not teaching our kids the right way, when we know how, that's when I think it's on us as leaders. And I like to think of even what Grand Chief Derek Fox talked about when he talked about leadership and how his dad reiterated what leadership is. It's action. It's not talking about it. It's not trying to fit a bill. It's not just pleasing them to muzzle them. It's actually doing something for them. And that's where I wish we were to take a good amount of even insight, guidance, or direction to how they operate within their youth councils. They're very vibrant, they're very out in their communities, and they know what they're about. And just to see a traditional selection, I would be disgraced to see Ogichita get chosen in the way that these proxies for the youth council were selected. And to be frank, I spoke to the one elder who was in attendance. There's one elder in this traditional selection, and he was Don Kelly. He was the drum keeper there. And it's these types of things that we allow to happen in our nation. And I don't know if we turn a blind eye or we're waiting for something bad to happen. But without having a female elder there to do that acknowledgement to that water, to not have that scabe for that fire to watch over that, because that's the initial start of the ceremony, from what I understand, in my small understanding of things in the traditional aspect. But not having these things, what are we waiting for? Who are we waiting for to do it for us? And I just get scared that our youth are going to continue to walk in this direction blind and not really finding their way, but we're expecting them to. And to try to digitize our ceremonies, I listened to Shayla talk this morning about it, and that's what we're getting to now. Like, I get that we're in COVID times, but there's also windows of opportunity to make these ceremonies happen. And I just think about the sacredness of Sema. How can you give a Sema through this camera? How can you give a Sema through your phone, through these technologies? Like, and not I can go on and on about this, but it's just because I care. On my way to Big Grassy, where they had this traditional selection, I don't know how many roundhouses I passed thinking, why can't this be it? Why can't this be it? And I feel like we're doing a real dishonor to our proxies that were selected. They never got the feather. They don't know where to go when they don't have any options, when they're fighting about our childcare laws and the future of our land and everything. And when I was down and out, this is what I went to. So I guess what I'm asking is, what are we going to do about our next generation? How are we going to make these selections and these ceremonies proper? Because we have the knowledge in this room. We have it. But how do we bring it all together for the younger ones so they can learn the right way? Because we only really get one chance at learning. As soon as you get to that certain age, you kind of, I don't want to say if you're not comfortable with that person you're going to be learning from, you shy away from it, or you won't even try it. And I think we're getting to the point with all the loss, we don't get the opportunity to choose who our teachers are if it's conducting ceremonies. The real relationship, our renewed relationship that has to continue is just that the one with the individual and the creator. Whoever else is conducting is just trying to help that connection be made, but I think that's where the nation can step up and help these young kids, the youth, and even the men, because there's a lot of men, and I heard Daryl, there's a lot of men that are lost too. I think about some of my relatives that I tried to bring to that ceremony when I went, and it's sad. Today marks the day where it's 2 years on one of my best friends' death. But when I went to that ceremony the night before, I'll tell you a little backstory. I approached two other guys who were kind of in the same predicament where I was, where I didn't know where to go. I didn't know how to help myself. So the night before the ceremony, I said, I'll be here at 9 o'clock. We'll go there, we'll get her done, come back, and we'll see how we feel. And we'll see where it goes from there. But he never got to make it. He just said he wasn't ready. And it hurts, but that's our journey. And I wish the cultural chiefs, I wish Ogichita, and I wish even the knowledge holders and the spirit, people that connect to the spirit, come out and help us. We're wanting to help, but we need the help too. I could talk long about this traditional selection because I have I'm pissed off about it, to be honest. Like, I got to go it, you got to go it, everybody else got to go through the right way. Now, why are we turning an eye to them? Oh, Chimagach.
Miigwech, Sheldon, for your powerful message from the youth. And I'm sure that our cultural chiefs will carry your message forward to their discussions. All right, we have the environmental chiefs that are going to be having a discussion. The first one is a in-camera discussion. In-camera rules will be just the chiefs to be present.
and everybody else will have to leave the room, including the technology we have. So Zoom would be required or request to be turned off until that discussion or a decision has been made. So have a little break, grab something to drink, go to the bathroom, have a smoke break, stretch your legs. And you'll be called upon after the chiefs have made a decision on a very sensitive topic. So the chiefs are having a in-camera session.